Good. So I'm going to call this meeting to order. Good evening, everyone. And I just want to say, even before I start with the preliminary introductions, since before COVID, this is the most people we've ever had in this chamber at one time. So thank you to all staff who are here. Thank you to members of the public who are here for whatever reason. And of course, we have all of council. But it is so nice to actually have people here. So good evening and welcome to the Township of West Lincoln All Committees meeting, including public meetings. Now, we would normally have this type of meeting at the beginning of January, but tonight, additionally, we have a meeting within a meeting, so to speak, in that we're looking at our budget amendments, and we'll talk to that a little bit later. But today is Monday, January 12th, and this is meeting number 1 of 2026, and all members of council are present this evening. And as you can see, most of senior staff also. So a note to members of the public, because we have not had so many people here for such a long time, please make sure your cell phones are turned off or at least silenced if you need to have access to them. I'm going to begin this meeting by saying that I'd like to provide the following announcements, and we do this with all meetings. The public may submit comments for matters that are on the agenda to jpaylove@westlincoln.ca before 4:30 on the day of the meeting. Comments submitted will be considered as public information and read into the public record. And this meeting is being live streamed as well as recorded and will be available on the Township's website. We'll begin with our land acknowledgement statement. The Township of West Lincoln, being part of Niagara Region, is situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hattaway, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nation, Métis, and Inuit from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The Township of West Lincoln, as part of the regional municipality of Niagara, stands with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. I'm going to go to members of council to see if there are any changes in order of items on the agenda. And seeing none, I'm going to again ask, are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and/or conflict of interest? Okay. And again, seeing none, there are no appointments this evening. Item 6 on any agenda that we have in West Lincoln is always an opportunity for members of the public to speak at a meeting. And so I'm going to just point that out, since we have some of you here, so that you're aware if ever you want to come back to council to speak, that there is an opportunity. So 1 hour in total shall be allocated for this section of the agenda, and each individual person shall only be provided with 5 minutes to address their issue, although some exceptions apply. A response may not be provided, and the matter may be referred to staff. But under the procedural bylaw, section 10.13, subset 5, those are the general rules. And generally, something needs to be on the agenda, or something that you wish to speak to that you've looked as a member of the public, and then you decide, oh, I'd like to speak to that, and that's your opportunity. This evening, we begin with public meetings, and so I'm trying to get that as close to the start time as 6:30 as possible. And we have 2 public meetings this evening. Now, these are public meetings under the Planning Act, and so the purpose of this first public meeting is to consider an application for a zoning bylaw amendment submitted by the owner and agent of 6910 Silver Street, Concession 3, Part Lot 2. The file number is 1601-013-25. The Planning Act requires in Section 34, subsection 12, and Section 39 that before passing a zoning bylaw amendment, council must hold a public meeting for the purpose of informing the public. The purpose of this public meeting is to receive comments from the public and is the only opportunity to provide council feedback with respect to the application. It is the function of council to listen to public comments and ask questions of clarification only. It is not the function of council to debate the merits of the application during the public meeting or respond to questions posed by the public during this public meeting. Should the public have any questions on the application, please contact planning staff, and they will provide any information being requested. Please be aware that council debate of the application will occur at a future committee meeting, when the accompanying recommendation report regarding the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is presented. So, and again, under the Planning Act, in accordance with the Planning Act and the minister, the applicant or specified person, public body, or registered landowner of any land to which the bylaw amendment will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to council prior to the adoption and/or passage of the bylaw may appeal the bylaw amendment to the Ontario Land Tribunal. So I'm going to ask the clerk to please advise the method and dates by which notice of this public meeting was given.
Proper notice was given by way of email circulation to agencies and mail circulation to all residents within 120 meters of the subject property on December 9th, 2025. Public notice was also posted to the subject property, the Township website, and the Township Administration Building on December 9th, 2025.
Thank you. So will the Manager of Community Planning and Design, Susan Smythe, please explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment? So we'll just wait for Susan to change chairs so that she's in the presenter spot. Thank you, Kevin, for helping, and welcome, Susan.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Committee and Council, and those members of the public. I'm here to present the application for zoning bylaw amendment application, file number 1601-13-25. This application has been submitted by AD Moot Consulting, being the agent, on behalf of the numbered company and/or VNR Recycling as the owner applicant. The subject property is located on the south side of Silver Street or Bismarck Road or Regional Road 65 and is referred municipally as 6910 Silver Street. The lands are surrounded primarily by agricultural and rural residential uses as well as some environmental protection. The lands currently contain a single detached dwelling with a detached garage and 3 other buildings associated with the site-specific zone that permits the salvage yard, under Zone A-5. The balance of the site is used for agricultural, including field crop production in the northwest quadrant, as well as along the midsection of the property down to the site, which is constrained by the Beaver Creek Provincial Significant Wetland, as well as other significant woodlands and several permanent and intermittent streams. In May of 2024, approximately 2,000 cubic meters of shale and rock aggregate material from the site in the city of Hamilton were being delivered and disposed of onto the site. A site visit was conducted on May 8, 2024, with Township staff, the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, the Region of Niagara, and the Conservation Authority to confirm the details of the operation, of which extended beyond the permissions under the salvage yard uses. There are images provided here just highlighting the rock and shale that was piled on the site. And it also shows the image of where along the site it was primarily located. And as you can see, it was along the eastern edge, which is immediately adjacent to the significant wetland feature on that site. So the zoning bylaw amendment application is intended to modify the existing site-specific zone, which is related to A5, a salvage yard. The use has also extended and expanded over the years into the agricultural A zone of the property, and it also requires an update. The other provisions for the request of this amendment is intended to modify that A5 zone provision from the northwest section of the property, since that area is currently being used for agricultural uses and field production. And that will be changed in exchange for a centralized area and more internal to the site, which is not currently suitable for agricultural uses. The proposed amendment is to also add the use for the storage, processing, and resale of rock and aggregate materials within a designated location on the site. This is the image that I showed previously of where it was located from that commercial fill operation. The proposal will require to also reinstate the environmental protection buffer it's the limit to the wetland boundary along the western edge of the site, with the requirement for restoration of vegetation for the long-term protection of those natural features. And those proposed changes will be intending to bring the property into compliance with the current permissions of the salvage yard, as well as introducing the storage, processing, and resale of the rock, shale, and aggregate materials. This here is the site plan that visually provides an explanation of what is intended for the modification of the zones, whereby that area delineated in red is currently the agricultural use, the field crop production. That area is currently zoned A5, so the proposal is to reinstate it to just an agricultural zone for that continued use. And then the green area is delineated, and that's the area whereby the salvage yard use has extended into what is now currently an A zone, but the lands is not necessarily conducive for such use. And that area will also be where the relocation of that pile of shale and rock, so that will be the storage and the processing of that aggregate. And then that blue area where the rock is currently situated will be the area that will be replaced or essentially reinstated to the existing environmental conservation, environmental protection zone, and that's where the restoration will occur. I would like to note that we did receive some comments from the agencies, that being from the Region and Conservation Authority. They have no concerns as it relates to the zoning amendment application. However, further comments will be provided at the time of a site plan amendment application in the future. To date, no public comments were provided at the time of writing this report. And I'd just like to say and reiterate that the details of this report is for information at this time and no decisions are being made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So members of council, is there anyone who has a question of clarification that they wish to ask administration regarding this? Councillor Rayner.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, over to the manager. I have a concern with the rock that was brought there first. It was brought there without a permit?
Through you, Madam Chair, originally that is correct.
Madam Chair, through. So the next question is, why then wasn't that removed at the time it was found out that it shouldn't have been brought there? Because that was zoned for scrap, correct? It wasn't zoned for anything to do with rock. So without the permit there, it was not designated to be there. So why did the township not ask that it be removed and taken back to where it came from?
Madam Mayor, that's a fair question. So based on the site visit that was conducted with the ministry, staff did some internal research in terms of where the material was coming from. And it was deemed to be tagged or ticketed, and it was virgin rock or aggregate from a GFL yard, I suppose. They were expanding their yard, and it was trucked to this location without permission. That was in 2004. We brought this to the owner's attention. We did have a pre-consultation meeting following that meeting. It's just taken some time in order for the applicant and owner to bring forth an application to address the situation.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, so we've got something that's wrong. It should have been corrected, but we're going to accept the wrong now, and we're going to change it so that what was done and shouldn't have been done is acceptable to be done now. Have I read this correctly?
Madam Mayor, that could be your interpretation on the process.
So I'll just interject to the point to say, Councillor, we have had several applications come before us where we have been trying to rectify a wrong. And I think that was addressed in the report that we just received in terms of trying to bring this into
Well,
compliance.
Madam Mayor, it's not rectifying the situation, it's allowing the situation that shouldn't have happened to exist, which sets a precedent. And I know as a counselor for many years, what we don't want to set as a precedence out there so that other people say, well, if Joe Blow can do it, so can I. So by doing it and then saying, I'm sorry, they get a permit to say, okay, it's okay. Which leads me to the next question. All this rock that's there, they want a permit to do whatever they want with it. But when they finish the process of what they've got there, then what are they going to do? Because they can't bring any more? Or does this now allow them to bring more rock in?
So, Councillor, this is only the start of the process, and we are just asking for clarifications at this point about this particular report. So we can't speculate on what may be, we can't debate what
Well,
might
not
happen.
after debate, I just want to know
But-
when they
but-
finish doing what they're doing with what they got there, if that's allowed. Is that the end of it? Or does that open the door to say, okay, now that I've started, I can continue even though it's not designated for it, but the township will make it convenient for you, said it
Okay,
is?
well, I think our manager addressed the fact that they would have to come forward with a site plan as well, moving forward. So this is only the very beginning of that process, Councillor.
That's all
Is
the
there any-
questions I have, thank you.
Is there anyone with a question for clarification of this report? That's really what we're looking for right now. Okay, and so then seeing none, we turn to the applicant. Is the applicant or their authorized agent present to speak to this application? So please come forward and please tell us your name and then go ahead with your presentation. Thank you.
Am I on? Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me tonight. My name is Adam Moot. I'm the owner of AD Moot Consulting, and I've been hired as the agent for VNR, along with my colleague Jeff Napper in the audience. He can answer any questions that are more ECA, which is the Environmental Compliance Approval Certificate. He can answer those questions. I'm a planner, so I will stick to planning questions. So I don't have anything further to add to Mrs. Smythe's presentation. It is pretty straightforward. We're just adjusting the boundaries of the A5. As Ms. Smythe identified, that top area is actually permitted for the A5 salvage yard permissions, but it has been historically used for agricultural purposes. So we're just swapping those lands where the salvage yard has extended into the agricultural area outside of the A5. We're just going to swap those areas, so there's not going to be any further removal of agricultural productive lands. It'll just kind of reorient the site. And Mrs. Smythe was correct in all of the background, but I'm happy to answer any other questions or concerns you have.
Okay, thank you for being here, and we will call on your cohort if we need to. I'll now turn to members of the council to see if there are any questions of clarification that you wish to ask our planner, Mr. Moot. Okay. Seeing none, I think then you're fine with that, so.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Council, and
thank
thank
you
you
very
to
much.
staff for helping me through this. It's been a long one, but we're getting there.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moot. So I'm now going to turn to public submissions. So the floor is open for members of the public to come forward and provide council with any oral or written submissions, either in person or on Zoom, pertaining to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. When coming forward to speak, please provide your full name. Speakers will be allowed up to 5 minutes to make comments to council, after which council may ask questions of clarification related to the submission. Individuals are allowed to speak once to an application. So is there anyone present in the chambers who wishes to speak to this application? Okay, please come forward. And I recognize you, but please state your name, and then you may go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Marlene Bergsma. Good evening. My name is Marlene Bergsma, and I'm here on behalf of the West Lincoln Green Team, which has members across our municipality. So we are a group of people that seeks to improve the health of the ecosystems across our community by promoting biodiversity and native pollinator habitat, and we do this through education, advocacy, and action. And we have a great series of workshops coming up at the library, so you can check out the library's website and join us. So we are not speaking with regard to the land use aspects of this report, but we are here about the restoration plan for the environmental area. So as a group of people who are interested in the health of our ecosystem, we support VNR Recycling for its efforts to divert material from landfills. And in so doing, they provide a valuable service to our community. We are grateful for the opportunity for the health of this provincially significant wetland, which runs through their property, to be protected and enhanced. We are grateful for the efforts of staff, the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority, the Ministry of Environment Conservation and Parks, Niagara Region, and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation to hold property owners like VNR to account as they steward the valuable ecosystem resources such as this watershed, the woodland, and the intermittent streams that run through the property. So we are very much in favor of removing the encroachment into the natural environment system and of successfully restoring the system and the necessary buffer. So we've read both the information report prepared by staff and we reviewed the restoration plan prepared by Colville Consulting. So we're in favor of the reinstatement of the environmental protection zone of the wetland along the western edge. We're in favor of the 30-meter environmental conservation zone buffer limit, and we're in favor of the restoration of vegetation and for the long-term protection of the natural features here. We're in favor of holding a full planning review of the proposed changes and of requiring an environmental impact study to reduce the possible impact of extending the salvage yard next to such an important natural environment system. So we look forward to the detailed mitigation and restoration strategy and to seeing proof that there will be no further negative impacts or encroachment into the natural environment system and the necessary buffer. We also agree with the Niagara Region that the proposed planting density is insufficient, and we believe it should be substantially increased. We agree that both the species diversity and the planting size, or planting stock size, should be enhanced to ensure that the ecological function and survival of this restoration will be accomplished. We agree the restoration area must include the full extent of the natural feature and the necessary buffer to protect these valuable features from the activities of the salvage yard and the storage area and the sale of the rock and the aggregate material. We also agree that the monitoring of the program should extend for a minimum of 3 years following the planting to allow for meaningful assessment of the establishment and success of the restoration efforts. A single inspection, in our minds, is not adequate. With regard to the importance of ensuring the biodiversity of this provincially significant wetland, we are mindful of the importance of native pollinators such as bees, butterflies, moths, and other insects who build a resilient web of life to support the overall health of the natural environment. So we have a few questions and one recommendation. I know you can't answer the questions tonight, but we would like to know who will be responsible for the monitoring, who will ultimately approve the density, diversity, and species size of the restoration that's going to be required. If, during the monitoring, there is insufficient establishment and success, what additional measures would be required? If there is insufficient establishment and success of the restoration, will the monitoring be extended to allow for ongoing monitoring? And our recommendation then would be that the monitoring be extended for as long as is needed to ensure the meaningful establishment and success of the diversity of native species that will be provided there and reintroduced. Because we know that monoculture or plants that don't survive will not actually achieve the necessary wildlife, biodiversity, and habitat goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Did you bring notes that you can provide to our staff?
Sure.
Or did you
Yeah.
did you speak from your notes, or do you have prepared notes?
I have prepared notes.
Okay,
yeah.
good, because they can be provided to the clerk, be part of the minutes and also then that gives reference for when the applicant and planning staff have their future meetings to discuss the outcome of our public meeting and before a recommendation report comes back to us. So thank you for making notes and thank you for your presentation. Is there any member of council that has a question for Ms. Bergsma? Thoroughly covered, thank you. Is there anyone further in the audience who would like to speak to this? Okay. Kevin, is there anyone online that has indicated that they are interested in this file?
Not that I can see, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And so we have no members of council who have questions, and that takes us on then Notary Online. And so I'm going to then just give the applicant another opportunity, if he wishes, to just speak to the remarks that have come forward. Do you have some closing remarks, Mr. Moat?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So we have, I've heard from Ms. Bergsma, and I do agree with some of the assessments that we received from Niagara Region. I've also spoken with Nash from Colville Consulting, and he agrees with some of the recommendations that heightened his first initial recommendation from a year to 3 years. He said, there's no problems with any of these. It's the activity of having to do it for 3 years, and that's fine. He's happy to do so. And for the other questions, I will talk to Ms. Smythe, and we'll get those answers or responses to be put forth in the final report.
I'm sure by the time it comes back with a recommendation report, you'll have had several discussions about various points. So
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for that.
Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And so finally, we're going to go to, again, members of committee to see if you have any final questions of clarification for administration or written submissions on the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Okay, seeing none, please be advised that a recommendation report will be brought forward at a future committee meeting whereby council will then debate the merits of this application and decide upon its recommendation. Please be advised that if you wish to be further notified of this application, to sign the sheet at the side table near the chamber doors. And there's nothing further. This public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is concluded at the hour of 6:57. And we'll turn now to our second public meeting of the evening. This public meeting is being held in accordance with the Municipal Act SO 2001, Chapter 25, and the Township of West Lincoln's procedural bylaw and street naming policy, being policy POL-PD-01-11, for the street naming of the Abingdon Road and Regional Road 65 condominium development. The applicant has proposed the following street names for the one private condominium road. Proposed street names are Magnolia Court, or Magnolia Lane, or Magnolia Way, or Kerrigan Lane. The Township of West Lincoln's procedural bylaw and street naming policy states that any matter pertaining to the naming of a highway and/or private road in a plan of subdivision or plan of condominium for which notice is required to be given, said notice shall be published at least once, the date of the publication being at least 7 days prior to the council meeting indicated in the notice. So again, I'm going to turn to the clerk to please advise us of the method and dates by which the notice of the public meeting was given.
Proper notice was circulated to applicable agencies and advertised on the township's website, as well as advertised in local newspapers on December 9th, 2025.
Thank you. So I'm now going to turn to Senior Planner Robert Shugan. Robin, will you please explain the proposed street naming?
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, staff, and members of the public. This public meeting is regarding a street naming application for the Abington Road development. A street naming application has been submitted to name the new private road being constructed as part of a vacant land condominium fronting onto Abington Road. The draft plan of condominium is located with the hamlet of Abingdon at the northwest corner of Abington Road and Regional Road 65. The development consists of 9 new vacant land condominium lots for single detached dwellings. The draft plan of condominium and zoning bylaw amendment was passed on October 23rd, 2023. As a part of the draft condominium agreement, a street naming application is required to clear Condition 6, and that the street naming application to name the proposed road be submitted and approved in accordance with the township street naming policy. The applicant proposes 3 possible names for the proposed road: Magnolia Court, Magnolia Lane, Magnolia Way, none of which are on the approved list of street names. The applicant also proposes Kerrigan Lane as an alternative, which is on the reserved list. A recommendation report will be presented at a future committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is a little briefer than the last one, but do members of council have any questions of clarification for our staff person? I'll go first to Councillor Trombetta.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to our planner. So these names do not meet, well, usually they get selected from the Heritage Committee, and that gets picked in one of our streets like we've done. And I know in the past, being here quite a long time, that's raised some controversy when names didn't come off from our Heritage Committee. So was that, I understand this is a new hamlet that's going in Abingdon, was that even considered to this applicant? Did he even look on the list, or he just proposed through Madam Mayor to our planner? Or he's just proposing without even, we have an extensive list of a lot of names, so I just didn't know why all of a sudden trying to build a little hamlet in our community that just proposed.
Through
Go ahead,
you,
Michelle.
Madam Mayor, to Councillor Trombetta, it would be my understanding that the applicant did review the names and has proposed these 3 names.
Alternates?
And had an alternative name. That does come from the recommended list.
Okay. So, sorry, Madam Mayor. All 3 do not come from the list, or all 1 does? Sorry, I misunderstood you there.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the name Magnolia, Court, Way, and Lane do not come from the recommended list. Carrington does.
Okay. So at that time, Madam Mayor, I'd rather through
No,
you.
don't.
No, I'm just saying, I'm just saying I'd rather like to stay with what we have as a policy, because I know in the past it has raised some concerns.
And I know what you're saying, but we're just receiving this for information.
Correct, I'm just bringing my comments.
So your
known.
question's clarification was excellent. Did any of these come from the list? That was an excellent question,
And I'd like to.
and you received your answer. But please don't give us an opinion. Okay? Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Rayner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through to Robin, I'm a little confused about the prematurity of this. I drive by there quite often, and I made a point of driving by there today. And it's an empty field, so we're naming a road that isn't even a road yet. I haven't seen this done before. Years ago, we named Georgia Cactus roads, but they already had the subdivision in, and they wanted to name the roads after the buildings were being built. This property has had for sale signs on it for a couple of years now. And going by there today, they're all tattered and blown, and there's no sold signs on it. And I'm thinking, well, this sure isn't selling as fast as I'm sure they're hoping it is. I don't even know if anything's even sold, because I haven't seen a sold sign. So
Okay.
what's the rush?
Yeah, Councillor, just ask the question, please, instead of an
What is the
explanation.
rush to do this when we don't even have a road yet?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Rayner, this is a condition, the street naming application is a condition of the draft condo agreement, so they have to fulfill the agreement in order to proceed with moving the development forward.
Okay, if I may take that information through the mayor back to Robin, then if they need that to proceed to go forward, then why wasn't this done 2 years ago? Because if this is the reason it's stopping it and nothing's being done, why would they stagnate something if they know part of the requirements is to get a road done before they can start? Why did they delay it 2 years?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Rayner, the applicant is here, and maybe he can address the question of waiting.
If it's a requirement in order to proceed, I don't understand why this wasn't put forward shortly after they have the approval for the hamlet.
Okay, so Councillor, you've made your point. We've had an answer. The applicant will have an opportunity. Perhaps that would be a question too.
Sure, thank you.
But it will depend, because again, as you ask the question, it can't be in a debate form. It has to be, ask the question of clarification based on what the applicant tells us.
Well, it is a clarification question.
It is, as long as it doesn't have a preamble that's a personal observation. Okay, so is there anybody else on council who has a question based on this?
Through you,
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, to our planning department. Appreciate again, I'm relatively new but old in age. Would you describe this road as a court, a lane, or a way? Because I would think that you would want to describe it for people traveling to the area that best describes it from a planning perspective.
Director, are you looking to be ready to take that question? Please do.
Through the chair to Councillor Maychuk, that's well noted. Typically, when we bring names before council, we just bring the name, and we leave the road, court, street, whatever it might be, more as a operational issue. So tonight, and when we bring our future recommendation, it'll be more about, does council want to go with Magnolia? Or does council want to go with what's on the approved street naming list, Kerrigan? And then operationally, we'll determine what makes most sense for, is it a court or is it a cul-de-sac with 9 units. So most of those would work. We wouldn't call it a road or most likely a street, but that's the main focus is Magnolia versus Kerrigan, so.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, so I am now going to move to the applicant, and is the applicant and/or their authorized agent present to provide comments regarding this application? And so is the applicant here in person? And I do believe perhaps Kevin online? And I don't know which of these two gentlemen. Okay, James, your hand.
If I may, good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you for having us tonight. My name is James Thomas. I'm acting as agent on behalf of the owner and applicant, Dan Keiko, who is here virtually as well. I've been working with this project since its inception, and its previous owner, Daniel Ciccone. We got the draft plan approved subdivision along with the appropriate draft zoning bylaw amendment approved in 2023. We have since been working to clear conditions, working through engineering designs for all elements. We have approvals from the outside stakeholders such as Enbridge, electricity, telecommunications, and those are being implemented through approved plans. The street naming process is condition 6. The name of Magnolia was essentially voted upon by the future purchasers of these lots, which are conditionally sold. So we are very close to the finish line and getting forward to permit processing, getting building applications to have things appropriately graded, the road built, the services installed, and the vacant lots finalized in their sale to set up the condominium and build the houses. Again, like I said, this decision was from the future purchasers of Magnolia. We recognize that this was not on the list of prescribed names. That list was reviewed in detail. There were previous names that were considered. Those also weren't on the list, and that's why we have the alternative of Kerrigan. If for whichever reasons Magnolia is deemed to be inappropriate for this 9-unit cul-de-sac. So like I said, we are very close to getting things underway. We are working through the condominium agreement, easements, and have the approved plans for all services.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. I'm sure you just answered some potential questions from member of council, but if you have nothing further to say, I will allow them to ask questions. Is that fine with you, Mr. Thomas?
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you. So I will then turn to members of council to see if you have any further questions of clarification. Councillor Chichok.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Thomas, would anybody be very offended if since you've offered a suggestion, which as our director has said, perhaps maybe different wording when we bring these things forward, but since there's one name that does match our list, if we called it Kerrigan Circle, which is what it looks like, would that be offensive to anyone on your side of the table?
I don't think the secondary name attached to it, whether it be Court, Way, Drive, whichever, is an issue. The issue is the future purchasers hoping to live on, a nice sounding name of Magnolia.
Well, we are going through a naming review that is going to bring new names onto the format, onto the paper. But at this point in time, if we do stick with our approved naming list, Kerrigan is on there. So I just wanted to ask if that would offend anyone. Thank you for your answer.
Okay, anything further for the applicant? Okay, thank you again very much for that. So I'm going to move now to see if there are any public submissions. So the floor is open for members of the public to come forward and provide counsel with any oral or written submissions, either in person or on Zoom, pertaining to the proposed street naming policy. When coming forward to speak, please provide your full name. Speakers will be allowed up to 5 minutes to make comments to council, after which council may ask questions of clarification related to the submission, and individuals may speak only once to this submission. So is there anyone present in the chambers this evening that wishes to speak to this application? And seeing none, is there anyone, I know that Mr. Keiko's there, is there anyone other that wishes to speak to the application? Kevin? Okay, thank you. So I'm going to then just move on to say, as we move on, are there any concluding remarks from the applicant or his agent that you wish to make, closing comments, to respond to anything presented during the public meeting at all? So anything further, Mr. Thomas?
No, I think we've all made our comments known, so I
Okay.
appreciate your time.
Okay, so, and we appreciate yours, thank you. Any members of council who are forming this committee have any final questions of clarification to either administration? Okay, so then I think that ends that. Please be advised that a recommendation report will be brought forward at a future committee meeting whereby council will debate the merits of this application and decide upon its recommendation. Please be advised that if you wish to be further notified of this application, to sign the sheet at the side table near the council chambers doors. Those who wish to be advised of any subsequent meetings and/or decisions on this matter may email the township clerk, Justin Paylov, at jpaylov@westlincoln.ca. So again, this public meeting with respect to the proposed street naming is concluded at the hour of 7:11 p.m. Thank you. And that takes us back to our original agenda. And the next item on our normal agenda would be communications, and there are no further communications this evening, and we'll move to number 9, which is report of committee. So number 9.1 is Community and Protective Services, and Director of Community and Protective Services, Cynthia Summers, has provided us with an information report, CS-01-2026, a Parks and Recreation Code of Conduct Policy. And the recommendation is that information report CS-01-2026, titled Parks and Recreation Code of Conduct Policy, dated January 12th, 2025, be received. I need someone to move that, to put it on the floor, please. Councillor Chichot. And someone to second that. Councillor Bradrick. Okay, are there any questions or comments regarding the report on the Code of Conduct Policy? Councillor Maychak.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Cynthia, I appreciate your efforts to put this together and the fact that we're looking at a code of conduct. Is it, 2 quick questions. Is this for staff, volunteers, and all patrons that are at our community center and our parks?
So, through the mayor, Councillor, the jurisdiction of this policy is for anyone using not only our recreational facilities, but participating in our programming. So it could be, we're having a guided walk through one of our trails, it would apply to that. It applies to participants, staff, contractors, everyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
My second question.
Go ahead.
Chair. If someone was to break the code of conduct, if someone was to break the code of conduct, is there consequences? Because I know in a number of municipalities, they go a little further with a zero tolerance policy, that any discrimination, any physical violence, any sexual, any of those type of conducts will result in disciplinary actions, such as suspensions from attending minor hockey games. Is there anything in this policy or any potential future policies that might cover that protects those that participate in these activities?
Yes.
Okay, Director.
Through the mayor to Councillor, yes, there is. In conjunction with this policy, we have a procedural document that will look at everything from what's deemed to be acceptable behavior, what is not acceptable behavior, how staff can respond to these events, when to involve police, and then an array of consequences which will be based on various things, such as has there been previous offenses, how serious is the offense. It will be, starting with lesser discipline action and moving up unless it's an egregious activity. So yes, there will be a comprehensive procedural document to go along with the policy. The policy is there to affirm that West Lincoln expects respectful behavior. And because we currently don't have a code of conduct, it's very difficult to respond to concerns that have arisen. The final thing I'll add is you've talked about other areas. We've actually based this on the R-Zone policy, which is a recreational policy across Ontario, not every jurisdiction, but most, in which they set up a standardized expectations, discipline, even down to standardized reporting documents.
Through the chair, I just want to thank staff for their efforts, and it is key that our facilities are safe and that people feel safe when they attend. And if there are improper conduct, that it's acted on, because when people know there's consequences, there's less likelihood that something bad could happen. So again, I'd like to thank staff for their efforts. This is a good effort going forward.
Thank you very much.
So, Councillor Bradrick.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the questions through Councillor Maychuk got to the root of my question, but just for transparency's sake, the procedural part of the policy, is that something that Council will be forwarded in the future when the document is prepared?
That can be emailed to Council, absolutely.
Thank you.
We'll also, if you don't mind me just adding one more thing, we're going to ensure that there's excellent communication of the policy as well. So we intend to be posting this both on social media, but good old posters in the facilities. We're also going to amend all of our forms for recreational activities so that people, when they sign on, they'll see that there's a code of conduct. We'll have, I always forget the name for the little square that they can thank you, the QR code, so that people can see the code in real time.
Thank you. Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think Councillor Maychuk and I kind of are on the same wavelength as far as seeking clarity around how those would be held accountable should they find themselves in contravention of that code of conduct. I guess the other question I had, or a clarification, I think I might have got an answer from our CEO here just off to the side, but in here it said related documents, Schedule A, code of conduct, our zone policy, but it's actually not attached to our file. So is that to come to us later at a different date, or was that just forgotten about?
Oh, I apologize if there's an error with that.
Yeah, there's nothing, it's just, we went through this here, there's just basically the definition breakdown of the policy statement, but then it says at the bottom here, basically check related documents, Schedule A, but there's no Schedule A. So I was just wondering if maybe some of those answers could have been addressed there. And then my other question, Madam Mayor, through you back to the Director, is should somebody, and hopefully it doesn't happen, but should somebody be in contravention of the Code of Conduct, how are we going to enforce that?
Yes, well, there's a process where the staff or affected persons, because it can be a community member making the complaint, will fill out a form indicating what the concerns are. They'll bring that form to any senior member, any management person, and then there's a procedure that within 24 hours, the staff will address this. If it's an immediate thing, the police will be called. And then it's enforced by the procedural guidelines. The decision is made. The person who committed the act is informed of the consequences in writing, but also in person. And then that person has the right to appeal, and that appeal would come to either myself, the Director, or the CAO.
Okay. And so if I can do one follow-up, Madam Mayor, and I just, playing worst case scenario here, so through you back to the Director, should someone be defined? So let's use a public park that's not necessarily as easily to monitor,
True.
A lot more vulnerabilities at a park than there could be in a facility, and they break the the expectations of them not being permitted for whatever time frame. Will the future document highlight what measures would be taken, whether it be a restraining order, whether it, gets referred to the police and there's more criminal investigation? Like I'm speculating what the situation would be there. I just kind of
Right.
know what we can expect, because I know we'll get questions for it after the fact and like to be prepared.
Through the mayor, back to you, Councillor. In the procedural guideline, it indicates that we can trespass, so we can go to the police, get a trespass order. If they're found on our property after trespass order's been issued, we will call the police.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from anyone? Councilor Maychak, second time?
My apologies through you, Madam Mayor. You mentioned about promotion, and a big part of this is a deterrent, the policy. Will you be working with our key community partners like minor soccer, minor baseball, and minor hockey so that they too produce this promotional material when circulating information to the parents? Because often it's the parents that break these kind of policies, that they're aware if their conduct's unbefitting of a respectful place, that there could be consequences. Will that be shared with our main 3 user groups, or the majority, or all?
So through the mayor, back to the councillor, this will be shared with all of the groups that use our facilities. Myself and our manager of community services will be meeting with these groups. We anticipate meeting face-to-face so that we can go over the new expectations. Because in creating this, we've put a lot of thought into, we must get compliance from the group leaders. And you're correct, in order to talk to the families and the youth involved.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think then we're ready for a vote. And I don't have my computer up, so I'll just vote. Okay. Okay. Call the question. Okay. So the vote is on the floor. You've heard the resolution. It's been duly moved and seconded. We've had lots of discussion. And so do you want just a hand vote for now? Okay. So show of hands, please. Those in favor? Thank you. Looks like no one is opposed. So thank you very much. Okay, that takes us to number 2 on that list, which is Fire Chief Tim Hofsink, Re-Information Report, WLFD-01-2026, and that's the monthly update for December of 2025. The recommendation there is that information report titled Monthly Update, December 2025, dated January 12, 2026, be received, and I need a mover to put it on the floor, Councillor Riley, and seconder, Councillor Maychak. And we change seats, and welcome Chief Hofsink. Are there any questions or comments to the Chief about this report? Councillor Rayner.
Thank you. Through the chief, I just have a question to ask. To my shock, and I guess to a lot of other people who live in town and don't live in town that drive on Highway 20 near Lackey's, there was a building totally demolished by a fire recently. Nothing left of it except non-combustibles. Brick and metal, and yet it was 30 seconds from the fire hall. Can you just give the general public an idea what happened? Because I'm looking at that saying that was utter complete devastation, and yet it was so close to the fire hall. What happened?
Chief.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Rayner. Thanks for your question. Yeah, that fire was definitely an interesting fire. We received that call at in the early hours of the morning. I'm not not totally certain what time it was, but in that particular case, it appears that that property was under renovation. So any of the mitigating sort of processes that are built into a home to slow the spread of fire throughout it had been removed. So there was no drywall in there. It was basically bare studs. So without any of those systems that are normally built into a building in its construction and permitting processes, fire can move very, very quickly through there. So it appears that that was contributing to how quickly that fire spread. The time of day and the amount of time it may have taken from when it started to when it was detected and reported That may have been exacerbated by the time of day. I'm not totally sure on that. But yeah, it appears that the fact that it was under construction certainly contributed to that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know myself and councillors and all of us at Township hold extreme high regard for our fire department. And when you see something like that so close to the fire hall, it's kind of scary saying, well, really, what happened? I mean, there should be part of that building left. It's not 10 miles away. It's right down the road. And I just wanted to make sure the public understood that there were circumstances beyond your control, and there was no way that building could have been saved based on the condition it was in when it caught fire.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that. Unfortunately, we don't have a time machine. So, when we receive the call and we arrive, the situation that it is in when we arrive, the very best we can do is kind of stop it at that point, right? So we can't turn back the clock on it. So because that was such a fast-moving fire, it consumed that building very, very quickly. Our crews did excellent work in actually stopping it and extinguishing it once they arrived on scene, but by that time, of course, substantial damage had already occurred, so, yeah.
Yeah, and of course, the unfortunate thing is most of the fires that happen at night.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate the time.
So what the chief did not say as well, Councillor, that I think should just be clearly said, is that it also was vacant. The chief has alluded to being under renovation, but it's not like people were renovating and living in the home. So then you're relying on a passerby, right, or a neighbor who might happen to be awake. So, but yeah, but good. Thank you, and thank you, Chief. Anything further from anybody else? Councillor Chichok.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I wanted to comment about the fire on Elko. That was a massive fire that I think was very well contained, and your men were your fire services people were apparently well applauded, whether you know it or not, by surrounding neighbors who saw the fire and were quite comfortable after the fire services got there and got it in hand. But that is an older home that too had a fire that just kind of exploded in a moment or two. Chief, can I ask you a question? Was there supposed to be a Schedule A on this report? I think Schedule A's are off because this isn't your usual report, and it doesn't have all of the ins and outs and where you've been listed. Oh. But there was a schedule I'm missing before. I was looking for that report that was the activities, not only the highlights of what went on in the month, but this one also says Schedule A is the West Lincoln Fire Department's December activities. It's not attached. No. So I didn't mean that as a criticism. I just thought I'd make your director feel that she wasn't alone. We'll get those later, I suppose, under separate cover. Thank you.
Is it more Schedule A's?
Okay. This is a Schedule A event.
Yeah, do you want to speak to that, Mr. CAO? I think you have a reason why that one's not there, right? Or at least some kind of an explanation about the timing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, we have been having increasing challenges, my understanding, receiving that statistics update from dispatch with the region. So it was the hope, I guess, that we would have that by agenda time. It did not materialize, and we will send that along to council as soon as we get that from dispatch.
Thank you. I knew there was some discussion about the fact that they were awaiting that from dispatch, so at the time of putting the agenda. Maybe you should put
question marks beside the schedules, if they arrive.
Okay, so if there's nothing further, then we will call a vote on that. You think that it might come up? Okay. So it should appear on your screen, and you can vote. I'm voting yes. I don't have it. Okay. So that carries.
It's been a few weeks for the computer.
It's been a little bit. 9.2 is Growth and Sustainability Committee. We see that has been carried. Number 1, under 9.2, Director of Growth and Sustainability, Garrett Borma, Manager of Legislative Services and Clerk, Justin Payloff, Re-Recommendation Report, PD-01-2026, Road Allowance Closure and Transfer Application, South Grimsby Road 3, Nichols. The recommendation is that Recommendation Report, PD-01-2026, titled Road Allowance Closure and Transfer Application, South Grimsby Road 3, Nichols, dated January 12, 2026, be received, and that bylaws be passed to declare Part 2 of Plan 30R 16493 as surplus to the needs of the Township of West Lincoln, and that surplus lands be conveyed to the abutting landowner for cost. So I need somebody to move that resolution, please. Councillor Rayner, and somebody to second that. Councillor Bradrick. And that is on the floor. Are there, I'm going to go to Director first, I think, to see if he might like to make a few comments about that, and then we'll come to members of council.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, as the report states, an application was made to close a portion of the unopened portion of South Grimsby Road 3 between basically South Grimsby Road 3 and Mud Street. This is only a small portion of that unopened road allowance. We followed the policy. This stretch of road allowance, there's no immediate or long-term need for the township to retain it, and the adjacent neighbors have an interest in this land so that they can do some future work on their house. Currently, their property is undersized, and by adding this unopened portion of road allowance, that'll allow them to build an accessory dwelling unit and get over an acre. We did reach out to the adjacent neighbor who did not have an interest in their half of the land. In this particular application, the applicants took care of getting the survey. We received an appraisal as well, and we are aiming for full cost recovery on these road allowances. So there's only one particular thing that still needs to be dealt with, but I'm assured by our lawyers it's not a difficult process, and that's there's an interest from Trans-Canada Pipelines over that road allowance, because quite a bit farther south of this portion of road allowance, the Trans-Canada Pipeline crosses the road allowance. So nothing to do with this particular piece of land. So before you is the report and some draft bylaws, which if approved will go to council, and then we can work on cleaning up those few interests on title before transferring the land.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments about that? Okay, seeing none, we're ready to vote. Councillor Chichok, have you voted?
It just came up.
Oh, it just came? Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, mine just happened.
Okay. We're good now? We are good now. Good. So that also passes. Number 2 on that list is the Manager of Community Planning and Design, Susan Smythe, and Director of Growth and Sustainability, Garrett Borma. Recommendation Report PD-03-2026, the extension of the draft plan approval for the P. Bud Development Station Meadows West subdivision. This is file number 2000-89-19. The recommendation report is that Report PD-03-2026 titled Recommendation Report, Extension of Draft Plan Approval for P-Bud Development Station Meadows West Subdivision, file number 2000-89-19 dated December 8th, 2025, be received, and that Council amends the draft plan of subdivision conditions as found in Schedule B, and that the change to conditions be deemed as minor, and that written notice of the change to conditions is not required under Section 51, subsection 47 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, Chapter P 13, and 3, that the draft plan of subdivision approval be extended by a period of 2 years following the lapsing of the current approval period to May 26, 2028, subject to the conditions as found in Schedule B to this report. So someone to move that, please. Councillor Bradrick, and a seconder for that resolution, Councillor Chichok. Okay, Mr. Borma, would you like to just give a little preamble to that, please, some introductory remarks?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a draft plan of subdivision application, which the report as well speaks to, for 412 units. Mr. Budd and his agent, Oda DTEC, have applied for an extension. Their current draft plan approval is lapsing in May, so they're just a little bit ahead of the ball, as they are with these applications. This application, council deals with quite a number of them, and often extensions are necessary in order to get the proper infrastructure in place and the time needed to clear the conditions. They have requested 3 years, but administration is recommending 2. And that's in light of a number of reasons, but the main reason is water servicing, which was one of the main issues for this development, is currently being constructed through a front-ending agreement with the region and Mars Homes, which will provide water servicing to this property. And there are some other upgrades that are required for sanitary and storm, but those are really specific to this property. So there is an avenue for this property to move forward within 2 years if the applicants can clear all the conditions. Administration has met several times with the applicant and their agent to go through a number of agreements and conditions, and those meetings are still ongoing. And we discussed that in the report as well, just to provide council some of the background to why this has taken as long as it has taken, and where discussions continue ongoing. Ultimately, the applicant has not requested any changes to the conditions, but administration and some of the agencies have requested some minor changes just because as time goes on, certain things change, including originally we wanted the applicant to construct the extension to South Grimsby Road, the urbanization of South Grimsby Road 5 and the extension to Spring Creek Road. The township is now taking upon that design work, and because of other infrastructure projects in the area, we're changing that condition. We're removing that from Mr. Budd's responsibility because the township is dealing with that ourselves. And we're also refining a number of other conditions related to the downloading of planning responsibilities from the region. So conditions that were the region's are now our conditions because they no longer have planning authority. The applicant has reviewed the conditions prior to this report being published and didn't raise any objections. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments about this application? Councillor Allen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You too, Director Borma. So we grant this extension, which I don't think is a reasonable ask at this point, because I believe this is its first request for an extension since the original approval. If they're asking for 3 years, are they not going to just ask for another year or more extension in 2 years from now? I'm assuming they're aware of what their plan is, and so are we? You're saying that you're consuming quite a bit of staff time. You're going back and forth, which comes at a cost too. So I'm just trying to figure out what the most efficient way of going about this is, and if you have any indication if we're just going to be back at this in 2 years.
Go ahead, Director.
Yes, thank you through the chair to Councilor Riley. They have requested and previously obtained one extension about 2 years ago.
Okay, so that's
and it could be likely that they come back again in 2 years' time, but we believe 2 years is enough time for them to clear their conditions and get the draft plan registered. However, there's obviously things out of sight of their control and our control that they may not get to that point. But the main purpose why this is in the Planning Act of this shorter time frame for this to keep coming back to council or administration where it's delegated is to ensure that development still meets the standards of the day. So every time we get an extension request, we're reviewing the policies, making sure that they're still meeting our current policies. So in 2 years, hopefully we'll have a new official plan. We might have an updated zoning bylaw. So if in 2 years' time this wasn't a registered plan of subdivision, we'll have the opportunity to review this development against the township's new planning documents.
Okay, if I may, Madam Mayor, back to you. So again, I guess the motivation, we'll put it, to get it done is that they can get the things going sooner than later, then they don't have to worry about all the extra revisions that could potentially be coming down based on provincial direction and stuff like that. I'm just trying to understand what the basically motivation is going to be for them to do it versus just drawing this out for another 2 years, another 2 years, another 2 years. I get market dictates when they can put a shovel in the ground, so I just want to know what pressure they have on their end to actually fulfill their commitment.
Yeah, through the chair to Councilor Riley, I guess that is part of the motivation to, you don't know what the rules will be in a couple of years' time. There's some other motivations in that council doesn't have to approve this. They could allow things to lapse. They could deny it, depending on the priorities of the day. The bigger incentive for developments right now is trying to get a piece of the servicing allocation that may be available. So there's a bunch of incentives, I guess, for them to move quicker, but also there's broader market conditions and things that developers have to take into consideration. So.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further from anyone else? Okay, go ahead with the vote, please. Once again, the vote will be in front of you. Okay, and that resolution also carries. Takes us to number 3, Senior Planner Robin Shugan and Manager Community Planning and Design Susan Smythe. This is the Information Report PD-02-2026, the proposed street name for Abingdon Road condominium file, 2000-91-22 CDM. The recommendation is that the Information Report titled Proposed Street Name for Abingdon Road condominium file, 2000-91-22 CDM, dated January 12th, 2026, be received. The reason I'm stumbling over this is, of course, this is a public meeting that we just had, and this is the report that comes from that. So we're just receiving this. We're not doing anything more than that, but I need a mover, please, to put it on the floor. Councillor Bradrick, and a seconder. Councillor Riley. And there may be another question or a comment, but it was pretty thoroughly discussed a short while ago. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Director Borman again. Not too many months ago or so, I think Council gave direction, or I know it was a question I was asking about the list, the naming list. And so I guess my question to you is, one of the concerns I had is that for projects or developments that come forward that only have one road, when our policy requires half the roads in our municipality to be referred to that list, we always come up with this unique situation where with one road's only come forward, it rarely goes to the list. It always goes to the applicant's preferred choice. And so I guess one, I'm asking through Madam Mayor, if the where you're at with that revision to that list, because that was one of the things I think council was inquiring about, if that could be revisited in those unique situations with one road, maybe we prioritize the naming list. And two, actually I'll leave it at one there. Let's see your response there.
Director.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Riley. So the policy I was pulling up during the public meeting says, at least 50% of the proposed street names shall be taken from the approved list as attached to this policy. So in our staff's interpretation is, if you don't pick from the list with one street name, how can you meet that policy? If you do pick from the list, you're meeting the policy because you're over 50%. So that's our interpretation. When people, applicants come to us, we advise them to follow the policy. And as we can see the last few applications, they've come with their own preferred names, and we strongly recommend that they still provide an alternative from the list. On the last street naming application that we did deal with, that council dealt with, we did have a recommendation there to update our policy. And staff administration has been busy working on that. One of the things that has slowed that down to coming back before council is there was a request for us to examine Indigenous names, and that's something that staff wanted to make sure that we properly do engagement with the Indigenous communities, and we've had a contact there. It's just been very slow to get some feedback on those names, but we just want to make sure we get those right before we present anything to the public and council. So that's what we're working towards. We do anticipate that we'll be before council by this summer, an alternative. And what we're hoping to do is incentivize the selection of names from the list by simplifying the process. Currently, right now, anyone who makes an application for street naming, we have to do a newspaper notice, which is costly and takes quite a long lead time, and it's actually more notice requirement for the street name of a subdivision than it is for the actual subdivision. Like a subdivision application under the current planning framework doesn't even require a statutory public meeting, but our street name does. So we want to look at ways that we can incentivize selection of names from an approved street naming list. And if you want to come forward with your own name, you can provide those reasonings, and that can still be heard before council and give that opportunity. So that's our plan to bring before this term of council, hopefully by early summer.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that information. And anything you can do to motivate, through you, Madam Mayor, anything you can do to motivate them using that list, because quite frankly, that list ends up becomes pointless because they're coming forward with an idea or the project or the development, and they usually have their own names they want to leave behind as a legacy, and so I kind of find the list a little pointless if we're not holding the line and ensuring more names are being pulled from it than not. So anyways, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Anything further? Councillor Maychak.
I just wanted to say I'm glad, through the chair, that you're being respectful of the Indigenous community and that you do have buy-in from the total group, including their possible chief, just so that if we name after Indigenous names, that it's done right and they're happy with that decision.
Thank you. Councillor Maychak.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to our director. I too agree with you that if we're going to have a list, and it's the list of the town, and whether there's one road or 50 roads, we hear a lot of reasons not to use it, and I really think that we should try and get people to adhere to it. They did offer Kerrigan as another acceptable street name, and I would like to see that included in the following names on this report, that we suggest to them that Kerrigan Circle or Kerrigan Court is there, and that they would use the street naming, those that are on the list, in order to expedite our acceptance of them. I'm sure that an enhanced list is going to have an abundance of names, and I know there's a show on television that says Magnolia Lane or something, but I think that we should stay with our list. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone further? Councillor Trombetta. I thought you might want to weigh in. This is your time.
I had to put my hand up, but it's okay. You saw me last. Yeah, I just agree with the colleagues at the table. There's one thing that's just, and I'm trying to figure this out. Sorry, Madam Mayor. So, again, there's, as Councillor Rayner stated, and I am in that area as well, there's not even a street built. There's not even a proposal. It's not even close to being finished, or it's not even it's not yet being sold, but they're selling it as we've sold them, and this is what the residents want living on this street. So, and just understand the process. Usually we've had these incidences come in the past, but again, it's usually near the end of the process. Why is this one coming at the beginning of the process, Madam Mayor, to you, to Garrett?
So we can ask that question, but I will just remind you as well that we were in the same boat just recently with the other condominium road that was being named long before the road went in, but it was a condition that they had to pass, that they had that name done before the one that...
The one we just approved in town, actually?
The one in town that's going
But
in.
that just came recently.
It's on the other side.
For approval, and it's already been built for a while, though.
No, they started to move material around and stuff, but they didn't have the road in until after the road was named. Anyway, I'll go back to staff because they're the experts, but I just happened to recall that we've just done that one.
So through the chair to Councillor Trombetta, as far as I'm aware, we have always asked them as part of the conditions of approval, so council will give a draft plan approval of a condo or subdivision and attach conditions. So those are the conditions that we just saw with Peter Budd. For instance, one of Mr. Budd's application or conditions of approval was that he name his street. So a couple of months ago, I don't think it was quite a year ago, he came in with several street names as well, and half of which ended up coming from the approved street naming list, and half of which he generated himself. just in some cases, that's probably an applicant's, maybe it's one of their last conditions they get around to. Oftentimes they'll finish the engineering, they'll finish everything, and it's maybe one of the last things they do. We can, as part of our street naming policy, review how we ask for street naming. That's not a problem. What we do understand from our conversation with the applicants they are very close. They have an agreement that's ready to sign. So as long as they sign that agreement and post the securities, which we understand is going to happen in the next 2-3 months, they'll be able to start doing work on this condo development. So we understand from them that most of the lots are sold and that they want to get going on this very shortly. So this is one of the few remaining conditions they have to complete.
Okay.
Thank you.
And like I said, we have a heritage committee that puts a lot of work into this list, and there are a lot of people might not think it, but there's a lot of names that have a lot of significance on that list that are little integral parts in this in the township of West Lincoln, and I don't want that ever forgotten or taken away from. So those are just my opinions, Madam Mayor.
Well, and you're the third person to state the same thing, and I think the rest of us sitting quietly probably are in agreement in that if there is a list that's been produced, we would certainly need to find ways to encourage people to do that. So that's good. Thank you. We're ready then to vote on that? Go ahead.
Just receive it.
It's just to be received. Yeah, it'll come back later. Yeah, it'll come back to us at another time with a recommendation report. And that also passes. So that takes us to number 4, Manager of Community Planning and Design, Susan Smythe, and Director of Growth and Sustainability, again, Garrett Bormer, Re-Information Report PD-04-2026, a zoning bylaw amendment application for 6910 Silver Street, file number 1601-013-25. The recommendation is that Information Report PD-04-2026, titled Information Report Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application for 6910 Silver Street, file number 1601-013-25, dated January 12th, 2026, be received. And I need someone to move that resolution, please. Councillor Maychuk, can I ask you to do that? And Councillor Trombetta, will you second that, please? Okay. Are there any further questions or comments about this? Again, this is the application that we had in a public meeting. This is just the acceptance of the recommendation, or the information report, not the recommendation. Okay. Seeing nothing further, go ahead. Yeah. Okay, and that also carries. Thank you very much. 9.3 is Corporate Services Committee. It's Director of Corporate Services, or our CFO, Caitlin Repovs. This is the information report with the proposed operating capital and budget amendments. I think you've all probably looked at those very carefully. So I'm going to move as quickly as possible through this because we're just going to be receiving this report, and these are the amendments that we'll be looking at later. So I need someone to move the report, that information report T-01-2026, titled 2026 Proposed Operating and Capital Budget Amendments, dated January 12th, 2026, be received. And we did Councillor Braderick, a mover, and a seconder. Councillor Maychuk, thank you. Okay, so I'm not going to ask for any questions or comments on that because we'll be thoroughly debating that, or you will be. So I'm just going to call for the vote, please. And if you're wondering, councillors or members of the public, that obviously is there for the sake of the members of the public who might be interested in what those recommendations are, that those amendments that have been made to the budget that will be debated. How are we doing there? And that also carries. Thank you. So that leaves one remaining report of the Infrastructure Committee. Director of Infrastructure Mike DePaula, Recommendation Report 1-01-2026, an update on Ontario Blue Box regulation and impacts to non-eligible sources, currently referred to as NES. So the recommendation is that Recommendation Report 1-01-2026, dated January 12th, 2026, titled Update on Ontario Blue Box Regulation and Impacts to Non-Eligible Sources, or NES, be received, and that administration continue to manage recycling services for township-owned facilities through a private contractor The suggestion is Mterra as required at a cost of $3,617.70, excluding HST annually. And number 3, that council endorse option 1, requiring non-eligible source properties to arrange for recycling collection services and/or manage their recycling independently. So I need a mover for that report, please. Councillor Bradrick, seconded by Councillor Maychak. Thank you. Okay, so I know that our director is interested in a presentation to give us a little bit of an update. In fact, it's up on the screen already, and Director DePaulo is ready to go. So I will turn it over to you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. There's a lot of information in this report, so I just thought I'd put a quick slideshow together to walk you through it. So that everyone's aware of all the update to the Ontario Blue Box regulation and what the impacts are to non-eligible sources. So this report is in front of council because back in December there was a motion that administration report back in regards to potential service delivery models and information to assist the West Lincoln community with recycling based on the new provincial mandate. This is a provincial mandate. It's Ontario Regulation 391/21, which shifts the recycling to the producer responsibility. So what that means is curbside recycling for non-eligible sources ended on January 1st, 2026. So the report in front of you tonight basically outlines the service delivery change that is regulated by the province. Gives you an update on what the township is doing with our public facilities, and then it has a couple options for the non-eligible sources and staff's recommendation on how the municipality should proceed with that. So what changed under the Blue Box regulation? Only eligible residential sources receive producer-funded recycling. So if you're a residential property, your recycling is getting picked up. But it's not a Niagara region operation anymore. It's now led by the producers of the recycling. So what that means is businesses and other ICI properties, industrial, commercial, institutional properties, they are now deemed to be non-eligible sources. So they do not get their recycling picked up. Back in November, Niagara region discontinued the non-eligible source recycling due to the annual cost pressure to run that service. And the decision was made that recycling collection to non-eligible sources be allowed to lapse when recycling collection fully transitioned to the producers, which is consistent with the provincial legislation. So attached to Schedule A of the report in front of you is a copy of the Niagara Region Report PW 40 2025, which was dated November 4th for your information. Here in West Lincoln, there's approximately 462 affected non-eligible source properties. Approximately 63 of them are in the downtown area, and approximately 399 are outside the downtown area. So how is the township managing its facilities? All township facilities are classified as non-eligible sources. We have 8 facilities in total, the West Lincoln Community Center. This property here, which includes the Town Hall and Fire Station 1, Fire Station 2, the Public Works Operations Center, the Wellandport Library and Community Center, Casterville Library, Abingdon, Caster Community Center, as well as the Silverdale Community Center. So at the West Lincoln Community Center, we do have the MOLOC systems on that property. So that service is not affected. The region still comes and picks up the recycling out of our MOLOC systems. So we currently have that service with Niagara Region until 2029, so we're good for that facility until 2029. As far as the other 7 facilities, our facility staff reached out to a whole bunch of private contractors to receive pricing. We did get 4 prices back during the month of December there so that we could get our ducks in a row for other facilities. And basically, we're recommending that we retain Mterra to deal with our other 7 facilities at a price of $3,617. That's for 2026. So what are the options for the non-eligible source properties, the rest of the properties within West Lincoln? So we looked at 2 options. The first option, which is what staff is recommending in this report, is that the non-eligible source owners arrange for private recycling services, just like the township has done with their facilities, and manage recycling independently. That aligns with Niagara Region correspondence that was issued to the Niagara non-eligible source properties back in late November and December. So attached to this report in front of you tonight, there's Schedule B and Schedule C, so that council can see what correspondence were provided to the non-eligible sources. This allows businesses and institutions to kind of select the service levels that best suits their needs. You know, maybe some businesses need weekly pickup, maybe some businesses need bi-weekly, or maybe even just once a month. And it also avoids municipal financial exposure and operational risk if we were to take on that service. Based on the pricing that we received from our facilities, our guess would be for non-eligible sources to arrange for their own private recycling. It could be in the order of $500 to $1,000 per year. And the non-eligible source properties can also manage the recycling independently by collecting and dispose of recycling material on their own at the Niagara Region 12 landfill located here in West Lincoln. So that option is also there for them. So this is the option that we're recommending to council, because the other option that we looked at, which was not recommended, was that the township provide that recycling service for non-eligible sources. So under this option, you know, we would attempt to provide recycling collection services. It would have to be contracted out because we don't have the fleet for it or the staff for it. And based on some information that I received from Niagara Region, because I had to really reach out to them, they're the experts on waste management. These are some of the points that I got from them. The estimated annual cost for us to contract that service here in West Lincoln could be around $370,000. And there's also a potential for significant escalation in cost because that was just kind of a benchmark price. They never did negotiate a price just for West Lincoln. So they did receive a price to do all of Niagara, so our benchmark costs are just prorated, but with no economy to scale, that $370,000 could be on the low end. There would also be additional operational administration costs to provide this service at a local municipality. You know, that includes operational support. We would have to have our own waste management department, operational support. We need some procurement expertise, some legal expertise, customer service, as well as staff to administer a collection contract. There's no regional or producer funding is available for a municipality to provide this service. And there's also some significant implementation risk, given that you know, the service has to start January 1st, 2026, since that's the cessation date. So based on all of that, you know, the total estimated cost to provide this service for non-eligible costs could be as high as double the $370,000. So it could be as high as $740,000 per year, just a very ballpark figure. So given these constraints, administration do not recommend pursuing this option. So the council recommendation in front of you this evening is just to receive the report I-01-2026, and there's a title of the report. The second recommendation is for the township to proceed to use private recycling at an estimated cost, or private recycling contracted services at an estimated cost of $3,617.60, excluding HST for the 2026 calendar year. And this cost can be managed within the proposed 2026 operating budget as well as future operating budgets. And the last recommendation is that council endorse option 1, requiring the non-eligible source properties to arrange for recycling collection services on their own and or to manage their recycling independently. So what council may hear from the public, here's just some general questions that I kind of threw up on the screen. Why did recycling service stop for my business, my organization? Is this a township decision, a regional decision, or is it a provincial change? It's a provincial change. Why are residential properties still receiving recycling? Well, that's part of the regulation. What recycling options are available for my business? I kind of laid it out. I gave a little bit of a high overview on that. And where can I get more information or get some help? So just wanted to note that attached to this report, there's a Schedule D, which is basically information that was provided by Niagara Region that kind of does a really good job summarizing all the facts regarding this new provincial regulation. And there's some questions and answers that council may find helpful in order to respond to any questions that you get from your constituents. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that information. I think a lot of similar information was in the report, but it's always good to have that reiterated, and it's certainly good to see it in writing as well as to listen to what it is. So, questions? Go ahead, Councillor Riley first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through to Mr. DePaula there. Yeah, thanks for the breakdown in the presentation there. I think when we look at our businesses, they pay a higher tax rate than residences, but it feels like they're getting less, and that's unfortunate. I think one of your FAQs there is missing is the question that what happens if I just take it home with me, for a small business and put it in my residential trash. For $2.50 for an extra tag or two a week, that's likely what's just going to happen, anyways. And I don't, I guess in the end, my response is going to be, do it. Like, honestly, I don't really know how to respond to that other than, kind of chuckling with them as, kind of the ridiculousness around the whole thing.
Did you want an answer, by the way?
Yeah,
Director sort of
you want to give me an answer of how I should relay that information? Feel free.
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Riley, that's a great question. I'm sure that could potentially happen. Some businesses probably are going to take the recycling home and put it on the curbside, but the company that is collecting recycling, I think they're going to be pretty selective and really, or I'm assuming that they're going to be selective and look through the recycling, and if they deem it to be residential in nature, they'll probably take it. But if there's any hint that there's like business type of recycling in there, there is a risk that they may not pick it up. But I think the company that is doing the pickup, they're still trying to iron out what they're going to do.
So, if I may, Madam Mayor, to clarify, I guess my comment, or maybe my tongue-in-cheek comment there was, I think a lot of that stuff, if there is stuff that's questionable, it's just going to end up in a garbage bag. For $2.50, they could throw whatever the heck they want in. So unless the garbage crews are going to start ripping bags apart, we're going to find a lot more crap in the landfill. We won't find it actually, but eventually it'll show up as a result of this oversight. So, and I get that this is a provincial change and they have their reasons, but it's very concerning to see what the future looks like in terms of that waste management. So, anyways, that's it, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I think we're all watching that pretty carefully, Councillor. So, Councillor Trombetta.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I brought this forward because I guess I didn't guess. Some residents did reach out, especially another community center that is privately owned did reach out and was concerned about how it was getting picked up. It is unfortunate, and as Councilor Riley said, this is stupid by the province. It's going to end up in the garbage, and it's just going to cost us more money to clean out our landfills later. So I don't understand it. But anyways, the other question I had for Director DePaula, in your presentation, you said 3,617 for all 7 facilities, but the library is under a different operating budget, is it not? Like, shouldn't the library be paying for their, the Casterville libraries, should be paying for the recycling? Where's that money coming from? Through you? You want me to answer that? Yeah,
so Director, I see you went also to our CFO. So
yeah, she can come up if
either of you could answer that, please.
I'll start with the answer. So through the mayor to Councillor Trombetta, as I said, I think we could cover the costs in our existing operations budget. We'll track the costs, and at the end of the year, if we need to do a journal entry to make all the departments right, then we do that kind of at the end of the year, and each department will pay for their own operational costs associated with recycling.
Okay, because you did say departmental, but I just didn't know what was split between, like I said, the library, but I guess you guys are gonna carry it right now and then I guess report later, I guess,
I think they need some time probably to see what actually is occurring and costs.
Okay.
As you know, this is new to everybody, so it's
Well,
going to
yeah.
take some time to actually
it's a
see.
crappy deal for a lot of people. That's what
Well-
it is, right? So anyways,
I
thank
don't
you.
think, I don't think there's a lot of disagreement anywhere in regard to that, but we're doing the best we can. Okay,
Yeah, like,
Director, go ahead.
yeah, Madam Mayor, just to add to Councillor Trombetta's question, you know, the $3,600 is split between like 7 facilities, so, you know, we're talking about $500 per facility, right?
Okay.
So the cost to the libraries, if you're going to consider 2 of them or 1 of them, it'd be $500 times the number of libraries.
Okay.
Okay, we're finished with that one. Counselor, you're finished? I guess so. Okay. Counselor Maychak, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Mike, our director. Glad to see staff are recommending that we recycle at our facilities. I think it's important environmentally that we are doing that. So I appreciate that. I just want to comment real quickly, and it kind of leads to a question. Councillor Riley made a good suggestion in terms of what businesses can do. I can tell you, I know one business in town that they have renters upstairs, and they too, the first time around, put out their recycling with the residents, and it was all picked up. So to what degree they're checking and what they'll look for in the way of recyclables, I think it's worth the effort, because where you can do that, I'd hate to see that in the landfill. So I think it's a good suggestion by the other councillor. Just want to hear your thoughts again.
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Maychuk. Yeah, this is a new service this month, so we'll see how it goes as the year progresses. Maybe they're going to be more strict on whether they pick up the recycling or not, or if they're doing like on-site audits before they take the recycling. Another thing that I should note that is in one of the links in the schedules to this report is the producers have added more material to the list of what you could recycle as well. So I would really encourage the community and council to check out that list. Like coffee cups are now considered recyclable materials, where in the past they weren't. So it's kind of like there's pros and cons to this new regulation. So some materials are being added to the recycling that wasn't allowed to be recycled in the past. So I just wanted to make that comment as well.
Thank you for that. Are there any councillors who haven't spoken yet who want to say? Councillor Rayner?
When this first came out, I took this literally, which I sometimes do, and so I found it a little difficult to comprehend when it says Ontario regulation shifts the recycling to the producer responsibility. So I assume the people who made the recycling, the beer cans, the people who made the pop, they're responsible for it because they produced it. If it's the people who, as you say, in the township that have to pay for it now, they're not the producer, they're the consumer. Well, I'm confused with the term. The producer is the one who creates the recycling. The consumer is the one who uses the recycled material and has that left over after they consume what's in it. So I'm assuming that whoever manufactured it, be it Coke, Pepsi, Coors, whatever, they're responsible to get their recycling back at their cost, not the person that you're saying, because we're not the producer of the recycling, we're the consumer of the recycling.
At this
So,
level, you're absolutely right.
I have trouble
However,
with the I thought this is not going to cost us anything because this got nothing to do with us. We didn't create the recycling material.
right. So when the government started to investigate this policy, what you've stated was that exactly their intent, that the people who are creating all of this packaging and so on would be paying. So what we don't know is how the government is holding them accountable for that. But it very well may be that they, in fact, are now, paying for some of the recycling that's being done. But they have listed what the ineligible receivers of this product are. So those non-eligible have been provided to us by the government and by the agency that's doing this. And so they are the ones who in turn are saying, but we won't pick up from, businesses and we won't pick up. So they are protecting us in that they're still saying the average consumer, Mike Rayner and his family and Cheryl Gannan and her family, they will still continue to have their recycling picked up. And you are right, and the other side is that people are being penalized, churches and schools and communities and, municipalities. So you're right. But in the eyes of those who put this program together, they are working on behalf of what they are saying are residents of Ontario. So is it perfect? It's a long way from perfect. But it is their attempt to do something about the very thing that you're talking about, and that is make the people who created all of that recyclable material eligible.
So,
but
Madam
that's
Mayor,
not for us for tonight to debate.
No, but if you
the
think
rightness
that
of
they are collecting something and the province is collecting something, then there should be a rebate credit system to all the people who are being charged at this point, because we don't know what the system is that they've created to get a kickback from the people who actually produced the recycling material, and they should be giving the credit back to the people who are consuming the contents of that recyclable material that shouldn't have to pay for the recycling. Correct?
I won't answer the correct part. Okay. I will just say that it's a very complicated issue, and the government actually, municipalities right throughout Ontario have been working to try to get something done about the very nature of that, have all recycling picked up. And and the government supposedly, and I don't know officially, which is why I say supposedly, it's not an offensive term, we're trying to work with the circular materials, this agency created to do all of this, to also pick up the rest. And that's why we didn't know for sure until November that they had refused to do anything about those non-eligible sources. So right up until November, early November, everybody was still trying to get that in place so that everybody's would be picked up. But that's all that I know about that. So,
but Madam Mayor, Councillor Riley is correct. They didn't do a lot of forethought. They didn't do a lot of thinking in this, and what's going to be the result is a lot of unnecessary salvageable plastics are going to end up in the landfill.
Well, sadly,
in a
you're
garbage
probably
bag.
correct about that. But at this point in time, we can only do what we can do. So, in any case, anybody who hasn't spoken who wishes to make a comment about this? I think that we're agreed to in the fact that it's not making many people very happy, but this is a solution for our properties. So I'm going to then call for the vote. Has it come up in front of everybody?
Yep, it came up already.
Okay, good. Got it read out? I think you voted. Joanne, you voted?
You just hit it.
Yeah, you have to.
Call yourself. Tell your number.
It just came up.
Okay. And so that carries. Thank you very much. So that takes us then to other business. So members of committee, there are two areas of other business. One is 10.1, members of committee. So I'm just going to ask during that section if there's anyone who sits as a representative of West Lincoln on a committee and has a report, if you have anything to report. And I'm seeing some shaking heads. So I'm going to go to 10.2, members of council, just general nature items. Is there anyone who has an item of a general nature that they wish to bring up this evening? Okay, so that takes us to new business, and there is none. And I've got just a couple of remarks before I turn this over. And I'm doing this just before we do the budget session of this meeting, simply because there are people who were not at any of the earlier sessions. There may be people who will watch this meeting later. There could be somebody who's watching it now that was wondering, what this is all about. So I'm just going to very briefly talk about sort of how we got to where we are right now. So as I mentioned when I first called this meeting to order, having completed the necessary business of our all committees meeting, including the public meetings under the Planning Act, we are also having our budget amendment meeting this evening. I will in fact be leaving the chair and turning this next meeting within the meeting over to Councillor Bradrick, who will serve as a budget chair for the next portion of this evening's agenda. For the sake of members of the public who may be present or watching from home this evening, or perhaps even planning to watch it at a later date, as we know that many people do, knowing that West Lincoln's 2026 budget is being discussed this evening, I want to provide a few comments for the public record as clarification as to where we are now and how we got to this point in the process. It's new and different, but this process has been mandated by the provincial government through changes to the Municipal Act under which we are governed. We were informed through a letter from the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Rob Flack, that as of May 1st, 2025, West Lincoln, having 7 members of council, was among the 170 municipalities being given strong mayor powers. Under those powers, we learned that authority for some things could be delegated, but full budget responsibility was not one of those items. I was, however, able to delegate the initial preparation of the budget to the CAO and senior staff, guided by the expertise of our Chief Financial Officer. Since we, as staff and council members, were aware of some concerns regarding whether or not last year's timing of our public input budget survey actually could have an effect on our budget, that public survey began late in the spring and early summer, so that survey results or input from the public could in fact influence decisions early in the process. Staff worked diligently throughout the summer and into the fall, and by Friday, October 31st, I was informed that what had once been a potential 12% increase was at a reduced, yet still very alarming, 9.73%. By the following Monday, November 3rd, when I first had a look at the entirety of the budget, our CFO had worked extremely hard over the weekend, and the increase was at 7.91%, at least going in the right direction. By Thursday afternoon, November 6th, at a meeting with senior staff, I asked my questions and received detailed answers. I asked if staff could once again look at their individual budgets and come back with a number closer to between 3 to 4 or even 5%. At the next meeting on Tuesday, November the 11th, we were at 5.36% increase to the levy, another improvement. Using those strong mayor powers, I asked 2 things of staff. 1, having learned that the region and many other municipalities throughout Ontario have some type of rate stabilization reserve, sometimes called a taxpayer relief reserve, I asked staff to investigate setting up such a fund whereby a percentage or an amount as yet undetermined pulled from the previous year's reported surplus could be allocated to help us move through the next couple of years, or at least until some time as we begin to see some relief due to increased assessment growth, and additionally to bring that report back to council for discussion and approval sometime in Q2 or Q3 of 2026. And secondly, I additionally asked under strong mayor powers that $100,000 be taken from the contingency reserve and used directly to offset the levy for 2026. I was pleased to be able to turn what has been labeled as the mayor's budget over to council at 3.98%. Council was given the full allowable under the legislation amount of 30 days to examine the budget and to bring forth to the office of the clerk their written amendments to what was presented to be debated by members of council. That is what's about to occur now. The amendments submitted by members of council within that allocated time frame will now be discussed openly, debated, and then voted upon. So at this point, before turning it over to Councillor Bradrick to become the budget chair, I want to thank the members of council for doing your due diligence in examining the budget and looking for further ways or areas to benefit our residents. And I'd also like to thank staff, because I know that senior staff and our CAO have supported councillors throughout this 30-day process as they work through the process to try to formalize their amendments and put them into some semblance of order to make some sense. So I'm going to, I think, call a very brief, and I'm going to say very brief, looking at the time. Let's say 3 minutes, and we'll change places. I am going to actually just be sitting in the gallery. I have had my attempt to deal with the budget, and it's now in the hands of members of council who have done their work, and you will be able to hear the debate. So thank you very much.
Welcome back to the budget portion of our meeting. I am your chair for this portion of the meeting, Councillor Shelley Braderick, and I have just a little statement prepared to read to you tonight. As the budget chair for our meeting tonight, I welcome everyone to our discussion and decision-making process for the 2026 budget. It is my goal to have all members of council speak to items that they are passionate about. This is a crucial time for us to be carefully considering our financial priorities and allocate resources in a way that best serves the needs of our community. I know all members of our council will approach this process with diligence and a commitment to fiscal responsibility. We know our decisions today will directly impact the service we provide to our residents and the overall well-being of our municipality. We will keep in mind the long-term sustainability and growth of West Lincoln as we navigate through these budget discussions. Since I know we all have done our homework, look around, on each recommendation, and I expect that no one will need to speak longer than 2 to 3 minutes for any given item. I will monitor this and respectfully ask for members of council to wrap up your comments if you're approaching that limit. I will now turn to the clerk, who has also prepared a statement.
Through you, Chair Braderick, I'd like to provide council and the public with a brief outline of what to expect procedurally from the upcoming portion of the meeting. The budget portion of the meeting is to allow for council to deliberate over the officially submitted budget amendments provided for through the amendment period process as outlined through the strong mayor's powers now solidified through the Municipal Act. I'll look to go over some key procedural points regarding these amendments to ensure that council is aware of the broad legal and legislative expectations, and also to provide context for the public to follow the conversation. The first point I'd like to go over is in regards to the overall structure of the amendments. Council will note that the order of the amendments has been mostly chronological. The order of the amendments were reflected in the order in which they came in, except for the proposed budget amendments that require a closed session informational overview first. These amendments are found at the end to provide council an update on operational impacts that can be potentially cover identifiable individuals. The vote on said amendments will happen in open session as council has reaffirmed their commitment to remaining open and transparent in their budget process. Members of council will also note that some resolutions have multiple options. Administration has grouped proposed amendments that were regarding the same budget line as they were similar propositions. These options are outlined following an alphabetical listing, A, B, C, and so on. This is not to be confused with some proposed amendments that have 2 or more proposals, which are numbered. I will be providing clarification when council gets to these amendments. While administration has outlined options for council to choose from, it is important to note that council may also turn down each option and provide for no amendment to the budget in regard to the discussion held. Council will have noticed that Mayor Gannan has left the horseshoe and has exited the meeting for this budget portion. This changes council quorum to 6 members, meaning the vote composition has changed from 7 to 6. This is important to note as typically votes are broken through a majority of 4. However, this 6-voter composition means that a vote can result in a tie vote, 3 versus 3. It is important to note as a tie vote, as per our procedural bylaw, is a lost vote. An amendment that results in a tie, similar to a natural lost vote, will not be able to be recalled or altered. As council is aware, council had 30 days to reach out to staff to hear from constituents and submit official budget amendments into the record. This process is much more rigid in comparison to the previous legislative framework. Council may propose friendly amendments which do not influence or change the intent of an amendment. Council may offer to change semantical wording, small dollar amounts, or other small administrative matters. Council, however, may not offer amendments that fundamentally change the intent, topic matter, or any additional amendments that not originally captured. As a final note, for council's information, it is important to recall from the previous budget report that there is no longer the requirement for a proposed bylaw to adopt the budget following the budget meeting. Should council get through all the amendments tonight, and if Mayor Gannan decides not to use her veto powers, the budget will be automatically deemed to be adopted by the end of the night. I appreciate council's patience with administration during this endeavor to this newly implemented process, and I will turn it back to the budget chair.
Thank you very much, Clerk. So we're on to item 13, proposed budget amendments. 13.1, PBA-02-2025. The council proposed amendment is that administration amend the draft operating and capital budget by eliminating the $24,500 budget increase related to increase in hours for all parks, recreation, part-time staff. This was actually an amendment that I had put forward, so I will look to my colleagues for someone to motion this amendment. Yes. Councillor Rayner, and a second by Councillor Maychuk. And we'll open up the table for questions and comments. Councillor Maychuk.
Through the chair, of course, we're always looking at savings and trying to make it more affordable to our residents. My only question is for Cynthia. Of the $24,500, if we were to take that out of the budget to save money, what impact does that have on our current or proposed programs and services?
Through the chair, thank you very much, Councillor, for that question. The Parks and Recs portfolio is a community-facing portfolio, and the $24,000, to give you a sense of what that represents, is our recent increase in customer service, where we're offering front desk assistance from 8:30 in the morning till 9 at night to take registrations, to accept fees, and to give better customer service. The other component is that due to weather, we're having to cut grass 2 additional months per year, and we need staffing for that. And last but not least, the rest of the money is for the cost of living increases across the board for our staff. So in response to your answer, my thought would be that we would need to reverse our customer service that we've recently implemented.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, just a follow-up question, and I know it comes up with another amendment. And having worked in a recreation center and oversaw 5 myself, when there's not a presence of somebody on the front desk, my concern is, and I have a membership and I have a punch card, if there's no one at the front desk, I'll try my best to get somebody to take another punch out because I've paid for it and I want to make sure that, you know, I'm being fair to the staff. But if there's no staff there, the tendency is for people to just walk in and then participate in programming because it's not being supervised. To me, I also see a loss of revenue there. Can you comment on that? Because if there's no one at a movie theater taking your ticket, I'm just walking in to watch the movie. So how can we monitor the revenue side if nobody's at that front desk? Because most people will just walk in and participate.
Through the chair, Councillor, you raise a valid point. Not only can you not be there to get the revenue and to ascertain the correct numbers of people are participating in the events, you can't ensure that people leave the events, vacating to allow the next event to begin. And as we, if anything goes wrong, if an injured person wants help, they don't have that person to go to for help.
Thank you. That's concerning.
Any other councillors that would like to make a comment?
So, question through the chair for I guess procedure. Like, it's a small ask, I understand that, but we decide to vote yes or no now, or can it be held and you see what else is taken out from the bag of?
We'll turn to the clerk for an answer.
It's now or later. Why?
It's in sequence. Through the chair, Councillor Torbetta, I understand the concern. However, I understand the philosophy behind that. However, unfortunately, as time would go on, I think that would apply to too many options. The way that they're laid out is supposed to be rigid in nature, that council deliberate over each individual amendment as it's put on the floor. I gave a rationale for why they appear in this order, and it is mostly chronological, albeit the ones in confidential have to occur at the end. That was to also offset any potential idea of ordering specifically in order to get a specific ask. They follow chronological as they were submitted.
So then why weren't sorry through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk, then why weren't the bigger funded ones at the top and the lower ones at the bottom?
Through the chair to Councillor Trombetta, it is chronological in the timeline, so I didn't organize based on ask or need. Again, I wasn't trying to dissuade council from approaching something specific if a bigger decision is made at the beginning. It was chronological, so there was no bias in which they were presented. It was just purely based on the time in which they were submitted.
Does that answer your question, Councillor?
It does, but then there's ones for $4,000 that should have been at the top then too. Like it doesn't make sense to me to just we're putting little ones at the
Yeah,
top
I think
and
that
big
what
ones.
the clerk has stated that in a non-biased way, he's put them on chronologically as he received them. And that they determined that to be the
I'm not
fairest.
fond of it, but it's the way it is.
Okay, good. I'm going to, can I, is it okay if I go to this item, or did you want to comment on? This item. Okay, please, Councillor Chichuk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the question I have might be best directed to whoever is, I imagine the CAO, because at the outset of the budget, my understanding was that there was no new FTEs. There was no new positions in the budget. And as much as these are not full, they are still adding to our full-time complement. They're making the job full-time. So we have part-time people, which are now going to be full-time people, which qualify for additional costs that we have to also look at once they become full-time, over 24 hours or whatever. And so I want to know how this happened, first of all. I didn't expect them, and that's why I was, that's why I'll hold it till we vote. But I also want to know if the 24/5 considers all of the costs associated with transitioning from part-time to full-time.
And to the CAO? Okay. All right.
Through the chair to the councillor, maybe I wasn't clear. These aren't transitioning anyone to full-time positions. These are just additional part-timer hours. Thank you.
Do you have a follow-up for that or no?
No, Madam Chair, I just want a clarification that these are still more FTEs, but there's nobody as far as a full-time. No one's going to full-time, which is what I wasn't sure of by the granular nature of the comments, but I wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rayner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regards to Councillor Trombetta's comment, and the clerk's comment, I don't think it really matters the order, because we are addressing these one at a time, and it's up to the individual councillor to decide if it's a merit or it's not merit, to either take it out or leave it in. But we got to go through them anyway, so whether we do the biggest one first or the biggest one last or the smallest in the middle, we've got to go through them anyway, so it doesn't matter. The only thing that really matters is, does a councillor support or doesn't support that particular item when it comes up for vote? I think that makes it simple.
I do want to comment on this recommendation, as I was the one that had brought it forward. I felt it was important that the management, being relatively new at the community center, that they were given some time and some opportunity to assess the capacity, and I guess some clarification to the director that these are additional hours that are new to 2026, that they are not keeping this is to look at an enhancement of our delivery, not to keep status quo.
These little, here we are.
We all struggle.
It's because they're so faint. Anyways, thank you. Yes, additional hours for the grass cutting and to support the new customer service levels.
And in your experience in leadership, do you feel as though that new management has had the opportunity to assess the capacity of the delivery, or is there still an opportunity for a future research and determination if our current levels of staffing could actually work towards achieving those goals?
Well, my first comment is there's always opportunity. We should always be looking to provide better customer service and to meet the needs through our staffing. What I can say in this regard is the front desk customer service role was, in my opinion, not adequately staffed previously. People who attend the community center would notice that many times it was gated, that there wasn't someone there. So I would say I think covering that area has been identified already as of paramount importance to the center.
And are we achieving that level of service currently with somebody at the desk at all times?
We've just implemented, as council would know, service increases. It won't be sustainable. We've had things such as our manager at the front desk at times.
Councillor Maychuk, second time.
Through the chair, sorry to ask another question, but for Cynthia, when I played pickleball 2 weeks ago, a gentleman felt he was suffering from a heart attack. Staff at the front desk were called, came out with the defib, full-time staff came out, soon PMS showed up, and the gentleman, thank God, is okay, partly due to the quick reaction of staff. So here's my question, either for you or CAO. Without somebody on staff, on duty, near the gym or the arena, and we know there's been a lot of possible heart attacks in arenas across this province. That's why defibs are available at almost every arena, including ours. Do we risk liability if there is not staff readily available and God forbid somebody suffers a serious injury or death while participating in, say, men's hockey or a sport like pickleball with so many seniors?
And we'll go to the CAO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I fully appreciate the nature of the question being asked. Administration is hesitant to provide legal advice or comments on liability in open session. We could go into close for that conversation if council so chose.
Okay, I see no further comments or questions. So just a general reminder to council, since this is our first vote, if you are voting a yes, it is a vote to amend the budget. If you vote no, then that doesn't allow that amendment to go through, and then the budget item would stay the same. Correct? Okay, and the vote will come in front of you.
To provide clarification through the chair to the rest of council, what I had mentioned before in my preliminary remarks will be reflected now in the very first vote. I'm glad we got it out of the way early. To understand the quorum rules, there is now 6 voting members. A tie vote is a lost vote. What the members of public and council had just seen was a tie vote, which results in a lost vote. To provide further clarification on what Chair Bradrick had said, that means that the budget will remain unamended and still include that original $24,000.
Okay, going on to 13.2, PBA 05-2025, PBA-14-2025. Council proposed amendment. A, that budget amend the draft operating and capital budget by reducing the general tax levy by $205,100 funded through the 2024 surplus. B, that the administration amend the proposed 2026 operating and capital budget proposal by $205,102, aka an approximate 2% reduction. Can I have a mover? Councillor Rayner, second by Councillor Riley. Almost forgot your name. And I will go to first to the director.
We have a problem.
Excuse me?
She's having a computer issue.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had a problem with the process.
No, not at all, Madam Chair. I do apologize, but my computer just decided it was, that's the plug-in.
I pulled the cord out.
Yeah.
No, you're good.
So, okay,
We'll
we're
see.
good? All right, let's
We'll
go
see.
to,
No.
do you need the tech support?
We may need tech support in a minute.
Okay. Please, Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to provide some comments on this proposed budget amendment before Council deliberated further. So administration has interpreted this proposed budget amendment to reduce the levy by using further funds from the prior year surplus to act as further revenue within the 2026 budget. So for some background, for several years, the township's base budget has included a funding amount of $150,000, which represents a portion of the prior year surplus. And in each year, this has effectively lowered the overall tax levy requirement. As Council will recall, through the 2026 budget, This amount of funding from the prior year surplus has already been increased by an additional $100,000. So that means that the 2026 proposed budget that was presented to council back in November currently reflects $250,000 from the prior year surplus. So that means that in future budget years, if council would like to maintain that same level of base funding within the budget, there would need to be a minimum of $250,000 of operating surplus each year to continue with that. So right now, with how the proposed budget amendment reads, which is to add an additional $205,100 or $102, the impact on the budget would be that the overall tax levy requirement would be reduced by that value. However, administration is strongly cautioning against moving forward with this proposed budget amendment for the reason being that surpluses are not guaranteed each year and they should not be treated like a permanent source of funding within the township's operating budget. While the township has been fortunate to achieve healthy surpluses over the past couple of years, we are foreseeing in the future that this can be unlikely to occur. And then when the township is achieving surpluses, it is best practice to set aside those funds into reserves as opposed to using them as funding within the operating budget. If council would like to proceed with this proposed budget amendment as it stands, that would mean that going forward, the township would need to achieve a minimum of $450,100 in annual surpluses. And administration at this current time does not see that will be achievable in the future. And if council would like to proceed with that, then there is risk of large levy fluctuations in the future budgets, which administration aims to avoid. And just one last comment, administration will be doing further research on tax stabilization strategies for setting up a specific reserve related to this. Administration will be bringing back recommendations to council later in this year with further information on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. I will go to Councillor Rayner.
Thank you very much, Chair. This was one of 5 of my proposals in the budget tonight. This was by far the biggest one. This one should council look at all the other ones and decide they want to keep them. If they take this one, we will be down to 1.98%. Everybody's happy and we can go home. This is a big one. It takes 2% off the existing 3.98, which brings it down to, as I said, 1.98, which tends to be what everybody, well, I know St. Catharines is 1.74. Everybody wants to get below 2%. This would do it immediately. I also respect what Caitlin is saying with regards to the potential that we have that we may not be guaranteed a surplus in the future. But sometimes maybe we have to go by what we have now and hope for the future. I don't know which way council wishes to look at it, but taking advantage of the rate stabilization reserve from prior surplus, as did the mayor, taking $100,000, there is still a possibility that we could do this and achieve the goals immediately. So it's up to council to decide. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And under 2 minutes, I may acknowledge Councillor Riley.
Thank you.
You go next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess trying to formulate my thought here. So for what being asked here, I know I was one of the ones that submitted one of these recommendations. I think in line with Councillor Rayner, and my thought process was, we use taxpayers' money when we make these investments, and we saw for the first time ever the mayor, and I applaud the mayor's efforts for establishing that stabilization fund, and now we have something very unique and special for our municipality moving forward. I could, considering what information was provided to us originally, and then the surpluses that also came afterwards, brought us a little bit more to around that 900,000 mark still, and being as a one-time, and my thought process behind it being kind of like a one-time idea in a time where people could really use a little bit more us sharpening our pencils and going the extra mile. I was kind of the opinion I'd like to try to get this down 2%, which I didn't think was an unreasonable ask. And when I was going back and forth with staff, they helped me with the wording to make sense of where this money actually comes from. I know right now the first line reads surplus, but in my conversations with finance and the clerk's department, we left left that open on my line as far as they could determine where the appropriate spot can come from and fund this. And I think when we look at this, we talked about even tonight with the businesses and commercial spaces, industrial spaces that pay a little bit more in tax that now are going to have to find ways to fund their own way of getting rid of their recyclables. We look at this and you kind of sometimes forget that they pay a higher tax rate than even residents. And so every little bit goes a long way in helping. And so to me, I don't think this is a big ask. I appreciate, so to you, Madam Chair, to staff, I appreciate the concern. I don't think this is something our council has ever done or banked on historically. I feel like we have an opportunity to give back a little bit more after having a very successful year. I think the taxpayers are owed that. They trust us with their money. We do great things with it, and I think it's a time we reward them for it. So I don't think this is a big ask to make one-time exception, and then moving forward, we look at what next year brings, and that term of council will kind of figure out what's appropriate for the following budget. But for this year's budget, I don't think this is a big ask, and I think it's owed to the taxpayers. Thank you.
Councillor Maychuk.
Through the chair, first of all, I want to thank Caitlin for that background. Certainly you do your job well, and it is your job to budget and budget accordingly. So I commend you for that. I think my question is more for our CEO. If we did this one time, can you put a ranking on the risk moving forward? Is this a high risk? Is it a moderate risk? Is it minimum risk? And I know you don't have a crystal ball either, but if council's going to entertain this, we should know going forward what kind of risk or chances are we taking to much higher tax rate increase in the future. Because I agree with my colleagues, ideally we'd like to get under 2%, and this could achieve that. So I see both sides of the equation, and when I went door to door just a year ago, the number one issue was affordability, and they all asked me if they were going to vote for me, can you ensure that we can keep our taxes below inflation? I think the current inflation rate is 2.2, so ideally I'd like to be able to go back and say we were able to achieve that at the township level.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. Firstly, again, the goal and objective of where council would like to go with this in delivering some relief to taxpayers during a period of real affordability problems is completely understandable. Administratively, when we look at this and how council could look at it, anything that you use from a tax stabilization perspective in one budget must be repaid in the next budget. So before you do anything else in next year's budget, you would be looking at a 4% increase before you get to looking at any kind of services. When it comes to affordability, in most cases in the broader economy, municipalities are not able to look at setting their levy with inflation because what we're forced to pay in terms of the charges that we have are coming in excess of inflation already. So trying to modulate that and buffer that, we simply are not large enough of an entity to do that. So the risk that you're moving towards is without knowing what's ahead this year, without knowing what issues may arise over the course of the year, that you might need some sort of emergency funding from your contingency reserve, which right now is where this money is coming from. If there was to be something unexpected happen, the municipality's ability to cash flow and respond to that crisis would likely be quite impaired if we dive that far into the contingency reserve. Can I crystal ball it and say whether or not that's going to happen or not? I can't do that. That's why a contingency reserve is there. But when you think about what the impact is going to need to be to next year's budget, that's significant. Before and above anything else gets charged, we know we were looking at 7.9% when we took the budget to the mayor. We would suspect that you would be looking at something potentially similar next year. This is going to put you above 10% easily. And I believe we had a surplus projection from finance to council a couple of months ago that was suggesting the surplus would be under $500,000 or thereabouts this year. So it would be a challenge. Could council do it if council believed that now is the time the community needs the relief? That is council's discretion and your purview, and you're able to make that decision. But we believe that there is more risk than usual in proceeding with this decision.
Any other councillors? Councillor Chichak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. whatever we're doing, this funding and this particular recommendation or amendment, is unsustainable. It is, we're fooling ourselves. Every year, we've looked at the budget process that we've put through, and for the past 4 or 5 or 10 years, we've had $150,000 from the last year's surplus. We also have $100,000 in there that the mayor has put in, and rightly so, but we also have $150,000 that augments the phasing in of some salary increases that have been going over a number of years. There's also, if we don't know what the true cost of operating this municipality is, and I say we need to have the transparency of what the whole total budget is. That $150,000 has been a bugaboo for me because we think we had a 4% increase some years, but it was actually 5.5%, or et cetera. So I would really like to see us look at the budget, look at the true cost, and understand, because we've been told always that our reserves are also inadequate. So if they're inadequate and we're using this contingency reserve, we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. And that's what this really is. And someday it will catch up with us. I'm not crying. Excuse me. We're losing touch with the reality. And if we exhaust the contingency fund, which we haven't really established as a rainy day or a rate stabilization fund, we are going to have to borrow. So to the CAO, and he said, what are you going to do? Well, what are we faced with? But borrowing money. And I know some people around this horseshoe. That's dirty language. So I'm not saying it's wrong to do this, but, what are we doing to get to 4, 3.9, whatever? We've manipulated a rate stabilization utilization to get there, and now we want to go further. And whether or not we have a contingency fund to do the next step, we need to understand that we're really at 7.9, and that's how we've brought it down. So let's not kid ourselves, and if we are overexpending what's going on in our budget, we need to understand that we're a small municipality, and every cost takes us 1% up over $90,000 or $100,000. So in my mind, further on, I think there's a recommendation where we would discuss going into taking out all of those contingency withdrawals, looking at the real rate, and then determining what we really want to have after we've gone through everything. I'm dismayed that we could make a decision to go to the contingency for $200,000, like the CFO has said, and others. It's a quick way to get to the bottom, but it also hides what we really, really are costing each other or the people of this community. So I think it is a little bit early on in the budget process to just find a solution. We need to look at what the other true costs are.
Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to our CFO. I don't know if I missed this, and I'm sure it's buried in here somewhere, but can you let me know what the current standing balance of our contingency reserve is?
Through the chair to Councillor Riley. So currently, the contingency reserve balance, the uncommitted balance of that reserve, which was shared in the Q3 financial update presented to Council in November. So that balance is $1,102,016.
Okay. So I just wanted to point that out because we have over $1 million of taxpayer money just sitting there in a reserve, and we're asking for $200,000 at a one-time allowance. Now, you want to make that very clear. I realize there would be some creativeness of, what next year's budget could look like, but I don't think still, as we talk about, you're hearing some members of council refer to this as kind of like short-sighted or whatever. We have over $1 million taxpayers' money that we're sitting on doing nothing with right now, and we're asking for a smaller portion of that just to kind of make a big difference in many lives who are sitting there deciding whether or not they're going to pay rent or eat.
Councillor Rayner, second and maybe last time.
Yes, thank you. I'll just be brief. The reason I'm proposing this, I realize there's a risk involved, but I think the risk can be dealt with down the road, and Councillor Riley very correctly found out what the reserve was. This council has been tough on the taxpayers, and I've been on council for 5 terms. I've never seen the taxes so high. The last 2 years, it's been over 12%. I mean, my taxes alone have gone up over $1,062 in 2 years, and I got nothing for it. We live out in the country. So it's time that we start being prudent and do something that people can afford, because as Councillor Maychuk said, the biggest concern when they knocked on doors was affordability. And the way we were heading with these large tax increases this term, usually the highest is the first year and it goes down and down and down, and the last year it's at the lowest. But this term, it was just wicked. And it's time that we trim this down, and if we have to take a chance, well, hey, the township has received a heck of a lot of money, more than I've never seen before in a term. So I think we can afford to go down and give somebody a break. And right now, times are tough. And if there ever is a time to be considerate of the taxpayers, we've been pretty hard on them the last couple of years, although I'm the only one who didn't support it, but that's not the point. The point is that we should do something now, because it was getting out of hand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further, we have Councillor Chichuk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not saying that I'm hearing the same things that the rest of my colleagues are hearing. In fact, as I left the House, my own family reminded me. and there are many who are on very, very, they're choosing between rent or taxes and eating. That's it. What I'm suggesting is that we create transparency so that everyone around this council table knows what we're taking out of a reserve, and that we look at all of the other options and look at what it is that we truly can afford. Because that's the one thing that we're losing in this budget, the transparency of what the costs are that are included in our budget, how far have we squeezed or done, or whatever word you want to use. But to simply say, okay, on the second amendment, we're going to solve the problem. And I think we have other things we need to look at. I'm not saying we shouldn't go to the reserve, but I think that should be, it shouldn't be something that we jump to, and that we need to understand what else we are already taking from the reserve.
Councillor Maychuk.
Not necessarily on the amendment, but if you could just clarify what a yes vote means or a no vote, just to avoid any confusion amongst council, because this is a large amendment that we want to make sure we make the right vote. Thank you.
The clerk is going to detail, if I could make my comments first before we do that. So this is a very difficult amendment. I feel from both sides. Certainly, I think there's a lot of people in our community that need tax relief. We are hearing lots of comments from residents about the taxes that have gone up throughout our term of council. I feel like it's a little bit like putting a bag of milk on my Visa when I go to the grocery store, because next month, when my Visa's maxed, I'm not going to be able to afford that milk anymore. And really, I should be trying to figure it out this month on how I can afford to buy my milk without my Visa card. And if I'm fiscally responsible like I am at home and doing this job here, I feel as though there's a big risk for the 2027 budget. And I'm still not sure if, and I haven't made my decision yet, if that's what I'm willing to risk. If I come back next term, am I going to be happy with the decision that was made? Or whoever is sitting here, are they going to be happy with the decision that was made at this very important amendment time? And we'll turn to the clerk while I think about what my decision will be, and he will describe what the various options mean and how we are going to proceed.
Through the chair to the rest of council, of course, the first two amendments put forward are the two most complicated ways in which we can go about an amendment. The way the amendments will be structured, as I'm not hearing a natural consensus through A and B, will have to be proposed separately. Council will vote on each one individually. I know they are fundamentally very similar. However, they are separate amendments submitted and are due course to vote individually and to be given their time in front of council. I know fundamentally they're very similar, as Councillor Rayner is motioning towards me. However, they are separately submitted amendments and need to be voted on separately if council can't decide on a natural cost. What this would mean that the first motion is put forward and council is able to vote yes or no. A no vote would then necessitate the next vote, and council has again the opportunity to vote yes or no. Should two no votes occur, no amendment is made to the a budget. Should a yes vote succeed, that vote will take priority.
I'm going to first turn to the director to see if she can provide council with some better clarification about the differences between those two, the A and the B.
Through the chair. So for the first amendment, as it reads, the current value of the reduction is requested at $205,100. And there is a funding source identified funded through the 2024 surplus as it reads. If this amendment were to be passed, if possible, I would recommend revised wording when it says the funded through part, the funding source. If it is the desire of council to have this funded through the contingency reserve, I think that would be best to clarify that through the recommendation if that's something that is allowable. And then just for the second recommendation, or the second amendment, just pull it up here. The second amendment does not provide a funding source. So if that amendment were to be voted in and desired by council, I would recommend that the wording is added, or a funding source is added to the wording of that to provide further clarification to staff.
Councillor Riley.
So I want to be very clear. I went to staff to get the wording of my amendment. With all due respect to you, Madam Chair, to our CFO, I was discouraged from putting in a funding source it was at least my understanding. By doing so would be overstepping that the direction should be that we ask for this reduction and that staff are the professionals and they're the ones that will provide where it should best come from. So that is why that motion is written that way, and I feel very misdirected if this is being implied that it was written wrong, because this was written in cooperation with staff. So as far as where it comes from, I'm fine with the contingency reserve if that is well within it, but then there seems to be a little uncertainty how much flexibility we have in terms of friendly amendments we can make under this new policy. So I feel a little frustrated that I'm sure it was unintentional, but this was run by staff, confirmed by staff that this was the appropriate amendment to put forward should this be successful, and that they would provide the professional guidance of where it could be funded.
I'm going to turn to the clerk to see if he needs any more clarification before we would proceed with a vote.
Through the chair, I understand the frustration. I wouldn't need any more clarification as the amendments are put forward. If council were to accept the contingency reserve for the first motion, then it wouldn't really necessitate the second. However, a friendly amendment could be made to the second as well.
So if I may, Madam Chair, the dollar figure I was given was a specific dollar figure from staff, which is why it looks just slightly different than the first one. So I would ask through you to Councillor Rayner, I think you were the one that put the first amendment forward, if maybe we can adopt the second amendment, if you would withdraw your first amendment, would that be doable?
I'll go to Councillor Rayner.
Madam Chair, as I have written it down there, and 2024 surplus was the direction I received from staff at the right wording, although Caitlin mentioned it should be contingency reserve. But basically, to me, A and B are basically the same, except B is a little bit probably more technical because it's got 102,000 instead of 100,000. So they're one and the same. If you want me to withdraw, and we just vote on B, or you take A and drop B.
Maybe we don't withdraw, and if we can make
I'm going to interject, if you don't mind. I was just clarifying with the clerk that if you're in agreement, that we would amend the B to say contingency reserve.
Okay.
And what about A then?
Then A, we would say no to A and go to, we would just proceed with B.
Okay.
As
Thank
being
you.
presented.
So you want me to?
You don't
take
have to
back-
do it, you don't have to do anything.
I don't have to do anything, you're fine?
Yeah.
That's good, okay.
Okay, so one more look around the horseshoe to see if there's anybody else that would like to make any comments or has any questions. And then we will proceed with a vote. So we are going with B with the added wording of contingency fund. A reminder that a vote no would leave the 205,102 out of the budget and keep the budget same as presented by the mayor. voting for this will lower the levy as per the report that was given to us, and I will turn to the director for that percentage amount. I said I can't find it. This will lower the levy by what percentage? 2%?
Through the
Right in front of me.
Yes, through the chair. It would lower the net levy requirement by 2%.
Okay. So everybody's clear? Okay, I will call the vote. And that carries. Uh, 13.3, PBA 07-2025. Council approved amendment that the administration amend the draft operating and capital budget by removing all vehicle procurement requests for 2026. And 2, that administration pursue an alternative service delivery model and report back to council on the agreement. May I have a mover? Seeing no mover?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, Councillor Rayner.
We need to have it on the table.
Second by?
I'll second it, I want to hear the conversation.
Okay, and second by Councillor Trombetta. Comments and questions? Councillor Rayner.
Thank you. This was something that the CAO and clerk and I discussed with regards to vehicles. We've always bought them in the past, and then after a number of years, we always hear the same line that the maintenance on them exceeds the value, and it's not reliable, and they're falling apart because they weren't crown rust proofed and everything else, and we just keep on going. So the thought was, is there another alternative way we can supply vehicles that maybe even a more cost-efficient way? And if you don't mind, Madam Chair, I'd like to transfer that further discussion to the CAO.
Yes. CAO.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. One of the things the administration was investigating over the course of 2025 is if there is an alternative service delivery model for fleet management in West Lincoln. And Mr. DePaula may be able to speak to this in greater detail. His department did the initial review. We haven't had an opportunity to bring that business case to finance yet, but that finance review is expected to happen in late February or March. Pending that review, if the business case could be validated, there might be an alternative way that we could be procuring our vehicles and maintaining them and then discharging them at the end of the life cycle, potentially creating a savings for the municipality. Now, that work hasn't been completed yet. I think what we would suggest is if council wanted to proceed with this, to pause any vehicle procurement until that report came to council in the spring of 2025. That would give us an opportunity. 2026, correct. 2025 is over. We would bring the report in the spring of 2026. Council to have an opportunity to see whether or not this made sense to them as well, and then we could proceed. So what we would suggest is one potential wording change, if the clerk is amenable, would be instead of remove, would be to pause all vehicle procurement requests until that report comes.
Yes. Okay. Is that a friendly amendment? Councillor Maychuk.
Chair to probably the head of Public Works. By delaying it, are we going to run into a problem where we have either unsafe vehicles or vehicles that don't operate, leaving our staff unable to do their job?
Through the chair to, is this thing on? Is it on? Okay, sorry. Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Maychuk. All of our vehicles are safe to drive for the road, so it's not like we don't have a vehicle that hasn't passed safety. It's just a matter of additional maintenance costs until we decide what delivery model we're going to go with.
Okay, I see no, oh, no, I don't. Councillor Chichuk.
Madam Chair, it's these kinds of amendments that are showing us, when the recommendation comes in from staff that says we can pause until we get, because our vehicles are safe, because we won't have excessive maintenance. We've just taken $200,000 to solve our problem. And if this turns out to be okay, that we can postpone for another year, or we find a different way. These are the things that have been the transparency that is missing now. Were we at the end? Were the cars no longer fit to be driven? Were the cars causing excessive maintenance? Well, now I'm hearing two things, because council took the step to make $200,000, and we, as we go through, we're hearing that while this recommendation to put these cars into the budget were done by staff, were they absolutely necessary at this point in time, or should we have taken a precautionary measure and not put them in, and not had them, hold on, the 7.9% sitting out there wagging in the wind. So these are the kinds of worries that I have about the new budget system. I'm not saying I'm against it, but I am saying the loss of transparency and the loss of the rigor that used to be there by some of my colleagues asking the questions of what's the maintenance on that car for that year is no longer there, so that we know that we want to make a decision on reducing maintenance, improving safety, or buying a new car. Thank you.
Seeing no further comments or questions, I just have one, that there, according to the report that has been given to us from the CFO, this particular amendment does have a 0 impact on the levy. So I'll just look to that director to confirm that. Is that correct? Yes. Okay.
Madam Chair, it doesn't have a 0 impact. It has a 0 impact right now. But if we don't spend the money, the reserve stays higher. And if the reserve stays higher, we don't need to put as much money in following years. So while it doesn't have an impact this very minute, there is a reserve, and I apologize, but I won't, I'm not being contentious and I'm not being argumentative, but if we don't spend it out of the reserve, it's there to spend on other things in future years. So if we are going to take $200,000 out of reserve, and we don't have to buy cars, then the capital reserve will be in a better shape to spend on other things in future years. So that's all I want to say, is it's not a 0. It's putting off.
But we are pausing this.
Pausing.
Yes, we're pausing this. We're not determining that we're not going to do this. We're going to look to administration to come back in the spring of 2026 with some better direction. Okay, and we'll put the vote in front of you. And that carries. That moves us along to 13.4, PBA 08-2025. The council proposed amendment is that administration amend the draft operating and capital budget by removing the hanging basket program and to discontinue the service to allocate those staff resources elsewhere. Can I have a mover? Councillor Rayner, second by and I don't see a seconder, so that will fail, right? Fail the right term? Everybody loves flowers here. So, moving along. 13.5 PBA 10-2025, Council proposed amendment. Administration operating and capital budget, remove $100,000 funding through the 2024 surplus. And I will be asking for a mover. And I don't see. We have to still go through these in order. So this would make an additional, right? Okay, and that fails. 13.6 PBA-11-2025.
So there was no move and second, therefore it failed.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
PBA-11-2025, council proposed amendment that the administration delay the salary implementation grid for 1 year and re-implement in 2026. Do I have, yeah, I'm not sure if it should say 2026, but we'll put that on the floor and perhaps look for a amendment. Moved by Councillor Trombetta, second by Councillor Chichak. And Councillor
Yes, Madam
Trombetta.
Clerk, thank you. That should say, sorry, that should say 2027, to be re-implemented in 2027. That was probably my wording that came up 2026 and just wasn't correct. So that's my fault on that. You know, through you, Madam Chair, to the Director of Finance, what is the implementation number and what is the cost amount that's getting implemented this year?
Through the chair to Councillor Trombetta. At the November budget meeting, Council was presented with the remaining implementation of the non-union grid program. So in 2026, there is funding from the contingency reserve of $150,000, with the remaining impact being on the tax levy of $175,900. In 2027, there is further funding from the contingency reserve of $90,000. And in 2028, that would be the final year of the increase of the tax levy, with 2028 having no funding from the contingency reserve. That is the current plan that was approved by Council as amended through the 2023 budget process.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, through you to the Director, so what percentage, if this is paused for a year, what percentage is taken off the tax levy?
Through the chair to Councillor Trombetta, can you please clarify what you mean by paused?
So I'm saying, so if this is if this is not implemented in 2026 and through this budget, or it's deferred to 2027, what is the reduction in the tax levy? Is there a reduction? If it's $150,000 is not getting implemented in the budget this year, like you said, what's the percentage coming down on the tax levy?
We'll turn to the director for further clarification because the pots of money are coming from two different places, if I read it correctly.
Her answer.
Through the chair to Councillor Trombetta. So in the 2026 budget currently, the funding is coming from the contingency reserve, so $150,000. If there is as administration has currently interpreted the budget amendment, meaning that I think I need a little bit more clarification before I provide a better answer. So are you recommending that the implementation be extended by an additional year so that the contingency reserve funding is spread out so that it's not fully on the tax levy in 2028, but that would be...
I'm sorry,
okay.
Madam Chair. I'm just saying to pause it this year, no implementation next year, and we start in 2027.
So you suggesting that there would be no changes to where staff are on their grids?
Correct.
Is that something that you can put together, Director, now, or do you need to have some time?
Through the chair to Councillor Trombetta. So I'll just refer to the 2026 budget presentation from the November budget meeting. In that presentation, administration provided certain pressures being put on the levy, one of which was the staffing investments in staff. The non-union grid implementation impact on the tax levy in 2026 was for a total amount of, just getting it here, $175,900. that is the impact on the tax levy in 2026 for the implementation of the non-union grid
Through you,
program.
Madam Chair, what percentage is that, 1.6?
The levy impact is 1.72%. The levy impact is 1.72% through the chair.
Okay, so, I know again, we're getting pressure, especially from the council, that, again, our taxes are high. I don't see a problem delaying it 1 year till 2027. That's what I have on the floor, Madam Chair.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Maychuk.
Through the chair, I know we're always looking to save money. I'm looking to the CAO to answer this question. If I'm a staff person, non-union, I'm at level 2 and performing at a very high level, and one of your directors is certainly deserving of that increment. By delaying it, does that mean then that individual would have to wait another year to move up the grid to that next level? And do you think that could impact at all staff morale from a performance level moving forward, knowing that their hope for an increase is now not available in 2026 due to this amendment?
Thank you, Councillor Maychuk, and through the chair, firstly, again, and with all of the comments administration has back to council on this budget, we're aware of the affordability crisis that we're all living in right now. It's felt by everyone, and we're cognizant of the impact that these decisions and our recommendations have on the community, those that live here and those that do business here. So that needs to be said first. A few things I guess I could comment on. One, it's important for council to know that in addition to the subsidization of the budget through the tax stabilization reserve, which I believe, and the CFO may backstop me on the number, but I believe is just north of 400,000. This would be adding another 175,000 onto that, which would need to be a first charge into the 2027 budget. We were approaching some enormously difficult numbers and calculations in order to bring in next year's budget with shifting this further down the road, and potentially impairs the municipality's ability to deliver service and respond to the evolving circumstances. We are living in unprecedented times, and the certainty in which we used to have in the economy is simply no longer there. So while administration understands where council's trying to go on behalf of the community, I think it's again important to underscore the fiscal concerns that exist with such a move. Secondly, this will impact attraction and retention strategies. There's no question about that there. West Lincoln exists in part of a larger regional economy. We are not price setters, we are price takers when it comes to the competitiveness and ability to attract and retain staff. There are a number of municipalities around us within the region and the GTA next door. All of these add pressures to the ability and the decisions that staff make on where they're going to work and where they're going to take up their careers as everybody is facing the affordability crunch together. This doesn't make it any easier, but it would no doubt be a challenge for some staff if steps were to be denied. Senior administration would of course support council in whatever decision it makes and explain the rationale back to staff for such a move. But what should be happening is there should be non-union grid compensation reviews taking place every 4 years. The intent was to begin that review again in 2027. It is crucially important that West Lincoln remain competitive with wages to have good service delivered to its residents. Impairing that and pushing step increases down the road, again, well understandable where council is coming from in this time. It is something that raises increased levels of concern with administration in addition to the use of a tax stabilization reserve in this budget already.
Thank you. Councillor Chichuk. Excuse me.
I'm a little confused because normally whenever I've been involved in a municipal budget or a budget by politicians, I've seen that any kind of effort to go towards a negotiation or payments has usually been done in camera so that the offensive language or the offensiveness of what it is can be discussed. But
would you like me to refer to the clerk about that?
He hasn't stopped us, so I presume he's satisfied with it being in public, but I'm not going to demand that we go in camera. I'm going to say that in the overview of the budget, which we have, that was done in November, there's a cost of living adjustment of 2.39%. And there's a non-union grid implementation of 1.72, which means an overall impact of 4.11 in labor cost increases for the non-union. I guess really what I don't understand is when I read non-union grid, I expect that there's steps. You know, you come in, you're a junior, you know. I mean, I'm using myself. I come in, I know nothing, and I come in at the bottom of a pay scale. And then as each year successively I improve or learn things, go back to school, do things to improve my capability to do the job, I move along the grid. And then once in a while, the grid gets shifted so that everything goes up, and that's once every 4 years or whatever, like 2027. So I'm having a moment where I think I need to understand what the grid is. Is it one number? Because a grid would tell me that you come in here. Maybe that's the way you would represent it, Councilor Machuk, but I'm just trying to find out, is there steps in every pay scale? So our taking away an increase from the grid, would that prevent someone from moving through the grid, albeit at a lower level? Would someone still qualify for a move up the pay scale that exists today? So you can make it to the top, and you'll never get another raise except the cost of living. That's the way I understood. So people who are at the top have only got a cost of living to look for until we do the entire pay evaluation and say, here's the new steps to keep us competitive.
Would you like me to ask the CAFO?
I was thinking the CAO,
Okay,
because
CAO.
he is the guy who looks at these, these people work for him.
Okay. No.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, and I will ask the CFO just to backstop, because when that grid was implemented was before my time. There is a grid. There are 6 steps in West Lincoln, and through the annual performance review process, managers sit down with their direct reports, review performance, and if performance warrants, they move up to the next step. And Councillor is correct, at step 6, the only increase at that point is the COLA. So those are the two buckets. My understanding is when council supported the implementation, which was a multi-year implementation of the previous grid, all of those rates were adjusted up. The movement and continued progression, and this is where I'll need the CFO to backstop this, the movement and continued progression, though, is funded through this implementation dollars that would be withheld from this budget. But I might turn to the CFO just for further clarification around that.
Through the chair, yes, so the CAO is correct. When this plan was originally presented to council in 2021, the start of it was through the 2022 budget. There's been a combination of contingency reserve and through the tax levy that this plan has been funded. And the funding that's required is the movement of each position to the next step within the grid. And the goal is to get each of those positions within the non-union grid to step 6, which is what is called job rate. Yes. So between each of those steps, there's a percentage increase. And then once a role reaches that job rate or step 6, then it is just a COLA percentage increase that role would be entitled to.
So, Madam Chair, thank you very much for that, to both our staff for that. So we've been doing this for 5 years. Most
Since
staff.
2022.
Okay, 26, that's 5. 4 years for sure already. So all of our staff have been moving forward with grid steps, so they're no longer, one could assume that anyone that was here 4 years ago is somewhere closer to the top. So that grid still exists. And if we do nothing to that grid, but I'm at the bottom or somewhere in between, I still get a step to move forward, albeit not necessarily the same amount. If the step was 5% between steps, and we decide not to increase it, can I not still move through the grid?
I'm not sure who I'm
Or is it
asking
the
that
increase?
question to.
Is it the increase that it's going to cost us by me moving that we're seeing here that's 175.9?
I think it's the second, but well.
So
Is that-
there's no
is that-
money in the budget to pay me anything more than what I'm making right now.
Other
And
than
the
the
grid
COLA.
sits there, but you don't get to move through it. And we're not increasing the grid. So you didn't make $10,000 last year, and I'm making $11,000 this year. There's no step to take me from 10 to 11 right now.
Go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair, there's one grid, not two. So if the council doesn't support the funding to further continue the implementation of the non-union grid, that would effectively freeze everybody at their current rate. There's no.
Except for the cost of living.
Except for the cost of living. There's
Got
no
it.
old grid we
So
can
it's
divert back to.
2.39. Got it. I got it. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. I have it. Thank you.
So sorry, I think I was next, was I
You
not?
are.
Okay, sorry, I didn't want to overstep. So my intentions were the first to put it to the table to delay it a year. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Director of Finance, what is the salary implementation grid increase next year in 2027? Is it 0.5? Is it point?
What is the cost?
What is the cost? Like, this year is 1.72. What is to the tax levy? What is next year? So this was some, again, I can go back in history because I was here. This was something I didn't support, and I didn't support the process when it was implemented. So now it's here, and I'm still sticking by my guns. I didn't support it back then, so I'm going through this process. Bear with me, everybody. So next year, again, this is something that is high and then starts coming down, I guess, in 2028 is a way, because we haven't seen these numbers for a while to refresh my memory. So what is next 2027 and 2028?
Turn to the CFO.
Through the chair to Councillor Trombetta. So in 2027, the estimated increase to the levy would be 0.99%.
There you go.
And in 2028, the estimated levy impact increase would be 0.78%. And that's assuming that 2026 remains as presented currently in the budget.
So I'm willing even to spread this a little thinner to like say, okay, maybe not the whole 1.72 needs to be removed. Maybe we remove 1% and keep 0.72, and then that 0.5 goes on in 2027 and the other 0.5 goes on in 2028. I'm willing to do that, and I'd like to see maybe that come through, Madam Chair, if possible.
I will refer
It's
to the
coming.
remainder of council and we'll get some consensus.
Thank you,
Councillor
Madam
Bennett.
Chair. I just think it's worth noting, if this came, digging back here, when we first brought this on, I think we brought it on really low. I think it was like less than 0.5% way back when, and we've just slowly been, so that we always understood that there was flexibility based on times. Yeah, this isn't not that anybody could be necessarily held back. Yeah, they still move up, they maybe don't get the full rate, or however that works, or if it's borrowed later, however they deal with that. I don't think it's a terrible idea by any means if we can maybe, instead of doing a cold turkey approach, maybe we can spread it. And so I'd like to, maybe through you to our CFO, if this is a fair enough question to ask, knowing what numbers are left to be, we're looking at 2027 and 2028 being about just shy of 1% and 0.7 something. If we were to cut this to half of the 1.72 for this year, and then the remaining balance, could we get, maybe that'll be my question, so through Madam Chair to the CFO, if we were to do 1% this year instead of the 1.72, could you provide a recommendation of how we could spread out the remaining 0.72 over 2027 and 2028 to be in line with kind of how we were exiting this?
Do you need time to do that?
Through the chair, I would need time to evaluate that.
Okay.
So let's
Okay.
hold that and see if
Okay.
there's other questions, and then we could take a break to give the director some time to do the math on that. I'm going to just ask for a clarifying question on the amendment itself, because when I read pause, I think that it's truly pausing in 2026, which then extends the whole delivery of the grid into not 2028 being its final year, but 2029. So I'm wondering if your suggestion, Councillor Trombetta, with it being maybe perhaps less, but then extending it at the other end may help the levy in 2027.
Yeah, and I think what I said first, and I think we're both on the same page there, Madam Chair. Like, if it's 0.99 or 95, I can't remember what she said before. If we add, like I said, I'm just using numbers. I don't know what the number in the consensus of council is, but if we remove 1% and it's 0.72 this year, next year it could be 1.4, and then the following year can be 1.3. Is that if it's the will of council? I'm just my suggestion how to push it to end it in 2028.
I think we need to give clear direction to staff, because how it stands right now, it sounds like it's all going back on in 2027, which would then have an increase to the levy.
I used the word pause because I didn't know which way I wanted to pause. I didn't know if I wanted I wanted to eliminate it completely cold turkey or pause the increases as per this year. So
We'll go
again,
to,
we'll open it up.
Yeah, we'll go to Councillor Chichuk.
I think one thing we also have to understand is 175,900 is 1.72%. What is the change in the grid by job? Is that a 5% step increase? Is it 2%? In salary? Because but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If $175,000 is what it's going to cost, then the grid is shifting every salary up by a certain percentage, the total of which is 175.9. So what is the grid shifting in percent year over year? We've been doing it for 5 years. So is it a 5% step increase? Is it a 10% step increase when we started? Or are we hitting the higher years? And then I have another question, because we're still at 4.11% to the tax levy. But what does that give the grid to shift? Because that may be what we want to look at.
Okay, we'll turn to the director.
Through the chair to Councillor Chichuk. So the non-union grid, between each of the different steps, it is a 4% increase over each step.
Mm-hmm. But then this $175,000 is going to shift the grid up by how much?
It's shifting the people up.
So
okay, it's moving the people up, but it's still moving them. They're getting a 4% step. That's a step increase between one step and the next. Then there's the grid shifting up, and then there's the cost of living. So some people, if they started at the bottom, would get a 4% step if they were good at their job and got a step increase. They would get 4%. Mm-hmm. Then they would get 2.39. And if the grid moved, well, it has to, because we keep pouring more money into it. So what is the grid? All right, what was the grid, the salary dollars at the beginning of this whole thing and at the end for one job class? Because the job classes have changed, dollar-wise.
Are you able to answer that? Or do you need more clarification?
Through the chair to Councillor Chichuk. So the grid has remained the same from when it was first brought to council in 2020. And the only change that's happened since then is the result of our cost of living increases each year. So the values have remained the same at each step for each position. It is just the COLA increase year over year that has resulted in changes between the different years of what the grid looks like.
But now we have $175,000 going into the grid.
And that
now we're funding the grid.
Yes, and through the chair. So that is through the positions moving along the steps in order to achieve job rate. That is
That's the 4%.
that value. Yes, correct.
Step.
Yes.
So that's your 4%. You're getting a 4%. So this is not a 1.72 and a 2.39. There's a 4% step increase that costs the town a total of 175.9, which is the 4% between steps, and then we have a 2.39. So a person who's moving through the steps can get 6% increase per year, and that's going on.
Unless you're at the top.
Unless you're at the top, and that's where we're at. So in a year where some people are getting no increases, we're at 6% for some people in our steps. So that's all I wanted to do, was say that it's not 1.72, it's as much as 6.
Okay. Councillor Maychuk?
Through the chair, Caitlin, you're getting all the tough questions. While you do your calculations, can we get an idea, I guess we're going to sit for a little bit, the number of staff that are impacted? that are expecting a grid increase in 2026, and if we approve this, that they will not. I'm just curious how many it would negatively impact staff.
So we'll just recap what the questions are for Caitlin, for the director to clarify during a break. We're wanting to know what the impact is if we were to not pause it in its completion, but add a 1%. Is that the consensus of the discussion? Or half?
A 1% to the grid or a 1% to this 1.72?
To the grid itself. I will turn to Councillor Trombetta because he's the one who put it on the floor.
Sorry, my thing was, yeah, so my thing was to either, like I kind of mentioned, again, it's up to the will of council, we can discuss it as a whole, was to, if it's 1.72, is to remove or keep 1% and the 0.72 can go on for the following
And are
years.
you looking to extend the grid into 2029?
Correct.
Is that the? Okay, I see some nodding heads. Yes, and the clerk will comment.
Through the chair, through the rest of council, I think the best way to understand it and to in keep with the friendly amendments, and perhaps it'll help Caitlin guide the way we go. I think the amendment should be reading how long we extend, and then administration knowing councils would identify the percentages that need to go across. Otherwise, I'm not sure how we write in a motion separating out those percentages with the motion on the floor. I think if the will is to extend it to 2029 and you're delaying, you find that percentage in the aggregate getting to 2029. Providing specific percentage increases might complicate the system a little too much, and you're left with an unknown amount each time. Moving the target to re-implement in 2029 with delaying instead 1 year to 3 years, you can use that extra percentage and apply it, as Councillor Trombetta had said, naturally over those years.
Or can we, Madam Chair, can we reduce the impact of the grid itself?
Microphone,
4%?
Joe, microphone.
Can we impact the grid, reduce the grid, and that will give us a final number? So we want to extend, but instead of 4%, we're looking at 2, and then 2.39 as cost of living, and you're still giving a 4% increase to
But then
our
that's changing the grid itself.
No, it's just slowing it down.
I think you're blending the two. Like
Let's turn to the director to see how she would like us to direct her in this time when she needs to do the calculation. What would be easiest for you?
Through the chair, my recommendation would be that if council can provide administration with direction on what percentage decrease would you like to see that will impact the 2026 budget. So as mentioned previously, currently the non-union grid implementation impact on the tax levy in 2026 is representing a 1.72% increase to the levy. So if council would like to see the impact on the levy decrease, it would be helpful to staff to know by how much you'd like to see the amount decreased.
Okay, so we had some discussion around a 1% instead of 1.72. And extending it into 2029 versus being completed by 2028. Do I see some nodding heads? We will ask for the director to do that work, and we will pause this meeting while we're giving her the chance to do that. And we will recess. Back for those of you that are still awake. I know that we are, and I'm going to turn to the clerk as he's going to provide us with some clarification.
Through the chair to the rest of council, we had heard some amendments being thrown around just to kind of further explain and intend on what we had meant with the wording there. And I think that the most cogent way of providing this wording, and with a friendly amendment that I heard suggested before, would be to simply alter the language of delay to extend. And I believe Caitlin, the director, has an understanding and explanation for council to fully understand what the amendment means by extend and the full ramifications of that, and she'll provide that to council, and that's what council will ultimately be deliberating upon.
And so I will turn to the director.
Through the chair, so prior to the recess, administration heard that council would like information on what a funding change would look like to the 2026 budget for the non-union grid implementation. So currently, the 2026 proposed budget implementation has an impact of 1.72% increase on the levy. Administration heard council request what that would look like if that levy impact was instead a 1% increase. So I just like to provide that as for information to council. So in 2026, if we reduce that from 1.72% to 1%, that equates to a $73,400 decrease to the levy. What that would mean is that the amount of the contingency reserve funding would increase by that amount, the $73,400 amount, and it would decrease the levy. Administration's understanding is that the total dollar amount that is being funded towards the reserve or towards the implementation would stay the same. It's just the shift in funding between the reserve and the impact on the levy. I would just like to remind council that with the amendment that was submitted to administration, that administration's interpretation of that and the financial implication that was provided in the report was that this was intended to, or the request was to extend the grid implementation by 1 year. And administration provided the financial implication of that in that in 2026, if it is the desire of council to extend by 1 year, the impact on the 2026 budget would be a reduction in the levy of $30,000, as the amount of the contingency reserve would be increased from $150,000 to $180,000 in 2026 as the impact.
Well, look for brief questions around the horseshoe. Seeing none. Any further comments?
Through the chair, just to Caitlin, just so I'm understanding correctly in terms of how the motion will be worded. I have that the administration extend the salary implementation grid, and then what timeline would you prefer, just based on that writing? Because right now, obviously, I have for 1 year, and I know the intention behind that would be to 2029. I'm just not entirely.
Through the chair to the clerk. So as the report reads, administration's interpretation would be extension by 1 year, which would mean that it would be fully on the tax levy in 2029 instead of in 2028.
Point of clarification, Madam Chair.
Yes.
We're extending the implementation, meaning we're not reducing the grid, we're not holding it back. We're just taking more out of our reserve. So the contingency reserve is going to be hit for longer by this action. So we're not holding the grid, we're not reevaluating the grid, we're not, as a conversation we had, which was to freeze new hires at one level on the grid, we're only just taking from ourselves for a longer period of time. I think that's what I'm hearing from the CFO.
Can you confirm that, CFO?
Could you say it?
Through the chair to Councillor Chichuk, that is correct. It would just be further funds from the contingency reserve to fund this. The cost overall in the impact on the levy would be the same. It's just that it shifted to different future tax years.
So then just one clarification from myself. The impact to the levy this year, I heard a couple of amounts fly around. It's a $30,000 impact to the levy? Or 70?
Through the chair. So the information I provided first was just at the request of council if the impact on the levy was to decrease by the set percent. So that was to a 1% increase. In the staff report, based on administration's interpretation of just extending by 1 year, just looking specifically at the amendment itself, extending by 1 year, that would be a $30,000 impact. That would be staff's recommendation to address the amendment as it's currently worded. A $30,000 reduction to the levy in 2026.
Thank you. I have the only one who's never spoken on this in this whole 3/4 of an hour that this one's taken. When the CFO mentioned 2026, if we go from 1.72 to 1%, which is recommended, Caitlin initially said it's a $73,400 decrease to levy by reducing the 0.72, and somehow at the end, she said it became a $30,000 reduction to levy. I don't understand that. I figured that taking it from 1.72 down to 1% was the savings we would acquire this year, which we would be saving $73,400 from the levy, which is obviously 0.72 of 1%. We'd be able to reduce the budget by this year. So
To the CFO, can you clarify those 73 and the 30?
Through the chair to Councillor Rayner. So the reduction of that $73,400 value that I provided, that was just responding to an request from council. That is not administration's recommendation. The report for the $30,000 that references the $30,000 reduction, that would be administration's recommendation in response to the financial implications of the amendment wording.
Yes.
So going back to the original start of this whole process, which was Councillor Trombetta, he just recommended that, and he'd be willing to accept 1.72 down to 1%, defer it for 1 year, extend it to 2029, and we do the savings between the 1.72 and the 1% this year. Am I not correct, Councillor Trombetta? That's simple as all this time has been. Does that not summarize what you want?
That's what I thought was happening.
Thank you.
But I guess not. I don't think we as a council, really truly understand the difference between the 73 and the 30. Is it because that's not your recommendation as an administration versus the full amount of 73 versus 30?
Through the chair. So the staff report is assuming that the amendment is just the extension of 1 year, meaning that the shift in funding from the contingency reserve onto the levy is just deferred by an additional year. So when staff were analyzing the funding model, that would be what staff could be comfortable with, was the $30,000 value. In absence of any other further direction from council, that is what staff is
I understand that's what staff felt comfortable with, but my original motion was to keep it at 1%, remove 0.72%, and extend it to 2029. So I'd like the clerk to put that motion forward if possible.
Go ahead, clerk.
Through the chair, to Councillor Trombetta, to Councillor, not Councillor Caitlin, Director, would it be, I know what the councillor is trying to achieve, would it not be possible to extend the implementation period in order to achieve that 1%? Because just as I'm writing this and I'm wording it, the way that the extension would work, at least in the motion here, would we not just be able to extend to say, I know it says 2029 here, 2032, to extend it to able to get to that percentage? Because that's the way that I am interpreting, at least. You're trying to get to that 1%.
No, you can, sorry, through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk, you can make up that 0.72 in 3 years. I don't understand. So like I just said, that 0.72 that's outstanding can be made up in the 2029. So we have put the motion forward, and I'll call the question, Madam Chair.
Reduce this year to 1%?
So let's have some,
So that-
if I can get the clerk to read back.
The way,
what,
if the way I wanted the question called, Madam Chair, if it's supported, the way I called the question was that we implement 1% this year and 0.72 of the remainder get implemented till 2029.
Can you read the revised proposed amendment? And then we'll go to a vote.
Fails. Stays the same. I know, if it fails, it stays the same. Through the chair, the only way that I would be able to word it is that the administration reduced the proposed grid implementation increase from 1.72% to 1%. I can't use the original year numbers as they don't correlate with the percentage being
That's
asked.
fine. I think we're done the conversation. Yeah, we're going to bring it to a vote. It's up.
For 2026.
What about defer to 2029? Is that going to be it?
This is just to achieve this specific
In order to
1%.
simplify things.
It's still the same delay, because it's still the same motion.
But you could be slipping into next year.
See what happens.
And that carries. Moving along to 13.7. Council proposed amendment that such projects in the 10-year capital plan be removed and a whole new 10-year capital plan be discussed among all members of council. Do I have a mover? Councillor Trombetta? Anybody wanting to second that?
Just to get it to the floor.
Councillor Riley, it's on the floor for comments and questions. Councillor
Yeah,
Trombetta.
so I brought this forward, Madam Chair. So after speaking with the clerk, it was not, you cannot remove the 10-year capital as a whole, because then the whole process is over. So then we might as well go home now and be over. So the clerk did clarify for me for that. But I'd like to obviously make an amendment to what I wrote there, that this needs to be reviewed back at the new term of council. There's the capital, the 10-year capital, which I have seen, and I'll just speak from the cuff here. As a council, prior to members of other councilors coming on board, we had an agreement that we were going to be, converting roads every year. Now, the conversion of roads in the 10-year capital have been pushed out, I'd almost say to 6 to 7 to 8 years have been pushed out. So the 10-year capital has been kind of altered, and stuff has been moved forward, stuff have been moved back. And I think at this point, Madam Chair, why I brought this forward was, there was projects that we had an agreement with this council, again, prior to some members of council coming on, that we were supposed to implement as we did the roads need study, and there was roads that we were going to be doing every year because we had an infrastructure issue. We were trying to keep up with our deteriorating roads, and no doubt, with this freezing and thawing that we just seen recently, it's happening again where these roads are exploding on us, and they're only getting worse and worse and worse and worse. But as I see in the capital, roads getting converted or roads getting, anything is getting pushed out and other projects are getting pushed in. So I think, obviously I'll turn it up to members of council at the appropriate time. I'd like to see that 10-year capital be revisited by the new term of council and the mayor at that time to see what projects should be put in and what projects should be kind of moved up or moved out. And that's what I'd like to see. So that's why I brought this forward. Again, to remove it in it entirely is not my intentions, but I did have problems with the tenure.
Just for a point of clarification with the clerk, however, the way that it reads is what is on the floor. So we cannot do anything different than that, correct?
Through the chair, to Councillor Trombetta and for the benefit of the rest of council, an amendment that would change the intent behind the funding source or a line item would not be something that would be considered friendly. An idea towards a process or a report back would be considered friendly enough, as it does not actually impact the dollars and cents that we're dealing with now. I would take that as a friendly amendment. However, the way they would have to appear in front of council is that the first vote would appear as they're voting on separately, as so that first, that such project in the 10-year capital plan be removed, that would have to be voted on. The second vote would come up, and that would be the vote that Councillor Trombetta is talking about in terms of just for a report back.
Okay, we'll see how the conversation goes and if there's some consensus around that friendly amendment. Councillor Chichuk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would not be able to support the amendment as it sits, but I would suggest that this whole strong mayor thing, as the mayor has pointed out at the beginning of this process, was thrust upon us very late in our planning. And so our 10-year capital budget, if there's a problem with it, we need to look at that in March.
So it sounds like you're of that consensus.
I'm of that consensus.
Great.
I would suggest we move it at the appropriate time to review and remedy 2027. We do have a roads evaluation system, which upset a number of councillors, because we went from arbitrary, we'll do one for you and one for you and one for you, to something that said the criteria to rebuild a road is this, and after that, you get your potholes fixed, you know, if it's just mild.
You're good with 2027?
So if that's what we need to do, is look at all of those, whether it be the Wellandport dock or the roads, we need to look at that early so that we all understand it, we all can go forward, and then we can take that to the budget. And it's not just the staff who may not understand the history of the issues or whatever, and we can at least have feedback or input before we get to the budget. I agree with that idea.
Great.
No, for 2027.
Yeah.
Oh, in March of this year, we're going to start looking at what
For
we
the
should have going in the
2027
budget for
budget.
27.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess I'm just going to point this out for clarity. We have to vote against the first one. The first one needs to be defeated in order to support the friendly, okay? So just, you know, there's no confusion. You know, we certainly can't support that because that kind of resets the scale, and now we're in a whole other matter.
Okay.
And yeah, I have no issue with this coming back and being reviewed and making sure it aligns with the views and the direction and the vision that we have for the community. I will note that we certainly haven't put a stop on infrastructure. We've halted enhancing roads beyond their original design because, again, we had to deal with lots of other things that were, you know, between bridges and repairs and everything else. But it's more of a pause, kind of what we were trying to achieve in the last item there, and just waiting for better times. As you know, if we're, you know, putting a road in every year, you know, they're about $2 million a road. We're talking about people who can't afford to pay their rent and feed their families. Yeah, let's just keep jamming roads. That doesn't work. So we need a more responsible approach to that, and I look forward to seeing what that process looks like at the appropriate time, because I think we can be more efficient with it. Thank you.
Yes, so we'll, I don't see any more comments, so we'll proceed with the vote. A quick reminder, a vote, would you like to do that? A vote no to put this down, then the friendly amendment will come up second. So the first is the original. And that's a loss. Good job.
Are we supposed to be voting?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I was waiting for a reason.
And that carries. Okay. Okay. Another one down, 38 to go. 13.8. Okay, I'm going. 13.8 PBA 13/2025. Council proposed amendment is that administration amend the proposed 2026 operating and capital budget by reallocating the cost for the small container water fill station service estimated at a cost of $4,100 in 2026 from the water wastewater budget to the general operating budget to be funded through the tax levy. Do I have a mover? Oh, Councillor Riley. Second by Councillor Maychuk. Councillor Riley.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So this is obviously an item, as the Chair knows, the rest of you might not, that I brought forward. I think to try to explain this quickly and stay within that 2 to 3 minute window. I think we've been relatively close to that. This is something that's more of a principle matter, an ethical matter. What a lot of people don't realize is we have a small container water fill station in town. They probably know about that. What they probably don't realize is that this is solely funded off of ratepayers and not actually off the general operating budget. But anybody from anywhere can come and use it, and so it's really an ethical issue that this should actually have been done years ago and put on the overall budget, and not just on those who are getting penalized because they happen to be in the water servicing area. I don't think it's a big ask. You're talking about $4,000 or so, and I do want to thank staff for better transparency and highlighting on that building. We have a new sign there that clearly spells out what's being offered there, and it's not just those who are in the know from years ago. And I know I've heard from other people that they've seen people, or they know of people who come from outside the municipality to take our water. So it does clearly identify that you have to be a West Lincoln resident, but no one's policing it. So it's still an honor system. But anyways, hopefully council can see the merits of this, and hopefully we can rectify this matter.
Thank you. Councillor Rayner.
Thank you very much. I used to go to that when I had my farm on Yonge Street. It was all caused by the PCB situation in the township in 1990, 91, 92, when there was a disaster there in the industrial park. And they put that in for the people in the area. Like, my well was tested every month by the government because I was less than a kilometer from the site, and I had a drilled water well, so they were checking for PCBs. So rather than do all that, they installed that, and it was never removed. It isn't an awful lot of money, and it's hard for me to believe that people would really go a long distance to get a jug of water, but I think it's kind of a petty thing. But in a way, I understand where Councillor Riley's coming from, but I just never assumed that people were coming from everywhere just to get water. That part seems to be, I mean, the price of gas is expensive, so you're spending more on gas than you're saving if you just bought the jug of water. But anyways, let council decide. I'm either way on this, but I can tell you the reason why it was there. It was just never discontinued. When we put the water lines in, the sewer lines that came from Grimsby right down my road, Yonge Street, and right up Industrial Park, they actually could have capped it then because they really had, everybody else had their water then, but they didn't do that. So it's been an open system for 30 years now.
Councillor Maychuk. Oh, Councillor, I'm sorry. Councillor Chichuk, you wanted to, she had her hand up first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The only people, they're not, the town people that are metered are not the only people who pay for water. We have a water pass, and we buy it for our farm. And there are water truckers that buy water, and so they're paying for it, and we just increased the water rates for those truckers and for anybody who takes them for farm purposes, whether it's for spraying fertilizer or for animals. So to say that it's just, and I understand your concern, but somehow we need to understand how much water goes out, and we know this. We know this because we give a bill, and every one of the people who go get water from our tanks and pay by the liter or whatever, pay every month. So we know that in a month or a year, this is how much water is bought by people other than in town. And if that is 5%, or if it's 25%, which it isn't probably, compared to what people in town are doing, I don't mind that shift, although it already is there, because they're all paying for all the water that's getting used. That tap was put in because of PCBs. I'd forgotten about that. But During the Walkerton days, what they found was dirty water, and across the world, dirty water causes sick people. And to the point where people walk 4 miles or something to go get dirty water in Africa, we're not that. That tap gives somebody whose well goes dry or has a tested water test that is beyond the tolerable tolerances of whatever stuff is in it, a chance to get a jug of water to take home. Whether they're in town because the water main broke and they're dry, or you can go out to the country where a well or a cistern has got a problem. Those people don't have a water truck. They can't take a water truck because they don't usually get it that way. So we're going to cut that off, and no one knows exactly how much water actually gets used that is misused by somebody taking it for free versus the emergent ones that are, as I say, whether it's the water trucks that are already paying their proportionate share of that water that goes through that tap, or whether or not it's people that are coming with a jug. So I'm not really sure that it's all being borne by the people in town. And if there were some way that we could look at where it's being borne, $4,000 to give safe, clean water.
Yeah, I think if I realize correctly, the ask is that still continues, but the cost of it is
I
taken
understand.
off of the wastewater bill, but put to the whole entire levy.
But the unfortunate part is that some of it's already being borne by people who buy water and are not in town. Well, you buy a truckload of water, you're paying a rate, which is the cost of water to the town. So
I'm going to go to Councillor Maychuk first.
I'll be very brief. I'm in agreement with my colleague, Councillor, in that if it's available to all, it should be paid by all.
Councillor Riley?
Through to the CFO, could you just speak to how that impact actually, like who pays for it and how it goes on the rate player, please?
Through the chair to Councillor Riley. So this proposed budget amendment speaks specifically to the small fill container station, and which administration previously brought to council a report where we are able to track the consumption that is used because there is a water meter associated with that small container fill station. And we've estimated the cost for 2026 to be $4,100. That cost right now is reflected in the water and wastewater budgets. Those budgets have no levy support. They are fully funded through the rates that are charged out on water and wastewater bills. So as the amendment reads right now, if that cost was to instead be borne by the water and wastewater budgets and to be instead charged to the levy, that would mean that there would be a levy increase of $4,100 to bear those costs. And that would be a reduction to the water wastewater budgets of that same amount.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna call the vote. This is a small ticket item.
Yeah, it is.
And that fails.
No, it didn't go
I'm
through.
going to turn to the clerk as he has a resolution to carry us past 11.
This will be an incidental motion. As council is well aware, the procedural bylaw only allows business up until 11 unless council should pass a motion. I do have the motion prepared. I'll just need a mover and seconder, and the motion is that council proceed with business past the hour of 11 p.m. as per the procedural bylaw. I'll just need a mover and seconder.
Moved by Councillor Maychuk, second by Councillor Chichuk.
And just a show of hands. It's
Show of hands to go past 11.
And that carries.
And that carries. So Councillor Rayner's only got 8 more minutes.
No, he said
Item 13.9.
But I do have meetings early in the morning and a long ways away from home, so I have to go.
A long on.
13.9, council proposed amendment is that administration amend the proposed 2026 operating and capital budget by reducing the urban service area levy to reflect a levy amount of $188,300, so that the impact to the average urban service area property remains consistent with the 2025 budget. Do I have a mover? Councillor Riley and Councillor Maychuk. Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, or Madam Chair, sorry, I guess that's almost my bedtime. Yeah, so I brought this one forward as well. Over the last few years, we've been able to remain status quo. I'd like to see that honored again. Again, as we look into the future, you'll see the following item speaks to a proposal that will come back to council for future consideration. However, this refers to the actual impact that would impact the residents of my ward, who I've long advocated for. I think are being treated a hair unfairly here, since we subsidize other streetlights and sidewalks in the other two wards. So right now, I'm just asking for a status quo. It's a small reduction to the urban service area fee, and hopefully I can count on my colleagues, but I won't hold my breath.
Any other councillors have any other comments? And we'll call the vote.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Almost. Oh, it's up.
Oh,
Too late.
don't vote yet? or-
I can cancel it, we can
It's
say
okay,
it, but
it's
you
all right,
call
it's
the
all
vote.
right.
It's
all right.
okay.
It's about the next one anyways, it's fine.
And that's a loss. 1310, PBA 16-2025, council proposed amendment is that administration report back to council before the proposal of 2027 operating and capital budget in regards to a plan in how to phase out the urban service area levy. Do I have a mover? Councillor Riley, second by Councillor Maychuk. Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, this is something in discussion with staff. It's kind of recommended that we come back. This is not a commitment to this. This is simply just an opportunity for them to present council before the budget time what some options could look like if this is something that would be the appetite of council in the next year and or the next term even, and going about it that way. Again, another ethical matter. I don't think it's a big ask to at least look at some options and have a fulsome discussion at the time being, but yeah, we'll see where it goes.
Any other comments from any other councillors? Councillor Trombetta.
Yeah, I got my microphone, so I was. So I know it's a plan into
Your mic,
phase.
your mic is not on.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
I thought I saw green. Well, there's green on my computer. That's what I thought it was. So it's a plan into phase out. It's just a plan to report back from staff. Is that correct, Madam Chair, through you or to Councillor Riley?
That's how I read it, yes.
Is that because
Yes.
it's the phase word is throwing me off here?
Well, because that's part of the report. The report will provide phasing options, whether it's done in 1 year, whether it's done in 100 years. That is the clear direction of what we're looking for in the report. So the
Okay.
clerk can confirm that it's only a report to come back, and that discussion will take place at that time.
All right.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, I call the vote. Oh.
So if we have urban services that are no longer urban, but they're going to be sidewalks, streetlights, and anything else that's given to the urban area, are we going to start budgeting for those kinds of things to be in the rural areas so that they can have them where they can walk in front of their house? I mean, that sounds silly, but that's how silly this is. If you got streetlights, and I don't want to get into a debate about it, I'm just saying, as the town grows, we'll have more urban area, and as the rural area does not have street lighting and pays for their own. Yeah, I do. I just spent
So
$3,000 on
we're
post.
going
Anyway.
to, I'm going to call the vote.
It's misinformation.
And that fails. Moving on to 1311, PBA-18-2025, council proposed amendment to postpone the approval of the new ice resurfacer from 2026 to 2028 in order to seek partners and sponsors to support or fully fund the purchase. While moving does not eliminate the expense, there could be substantial cost reduction if new programs, brackets provincial, or community members were approached to assist with the program. Do I have a mover? Councillor Rayner and Councillor Chichuk. Sorry, your finger was up. Do you want? Okay. And who would like to talk to that? Councillor Maychuk.
Through the chair to, I think, Cynthia, does the current ice resurfacer have sponsorship in terms of acknowledgement or company support of any kind? That's my one question. And my secondary question is around the condition of it. Similar to what we talked about the vehicles, is it still in good working order? Does it need to be replaced in the coming year, or could we delay it by a year to save a little money?
So through the chair to the councillor, if I could start with your second question, because I'm going to get one of my esteemed staff to answer your first question. Currently, the condition of the Zamboni, it's not actually a Zamboni, but the current model is a 2016. The life expectancy is 7 to 10 years, so it's actually at the end of its life. In the last few months, it's broken several times. In fact, the last 5 weeks, it's broken 3 times. Each cost is roughly $1,000. We've had to cancel programs, cancel ice time, which is a financial cost, but it's also a reputational cost with the groups that book the time. So I would say that it's definitely at the end of its life. We were worried the other day we couldn't get it going, period, but we did. The issue of fund, just to know, it would take 6 to 9 months to even get this machine if it was approved today, between the RFP and then the sourcing. So while I welcome always the idea of fundraising in general, and we are seeking more fundraising for our gym and the arena, I don't think we could do it quickly enough. But if, with your permission, I'd like to let Vanessa respond, because I believe there's a little bit of sponsorship on the Zamboni. So let me just...
Part of our sponsorship program.
Do you know
Yes,
how?
the new stadia.
Do you know how much they contribute?
I don't.
Okay, can you come up, Vanessa?
Sure.
Yes.
Come on up. Thank you. Here.
Yeah, so can you say it in the microphone so the people at home can hear you? Sorry. And see your beautiful face.
We do have a current sponsorship program with a company, New Stadia. They do our ice resurfacer as well as our arena boards and advertisement throughout the arena side of the community center.
Okay.
So
All right.
I don't have the
Does that
exact
answer your
number.
question?
Thank you, Vanessa.
Any other questions or comments? And we'll bring that to a vote.
Thank you.
Councillor Rayner, we're waiting on your, oh, sorry. And that fails. Item 1312, PBA-19-2025. Council proposed amendment is that the increase in spending currently in the budget to support Canada Day and other events, $19,400, be reduced to $10,000. Do I have a mover? Well, it's like the flowers. And that's lost. Moving along, 1313. PBA 2022-2025, council proposed amendment. In order to minimize amendment resolutions and require councilors to ask repeated questions, that budget pages in future clearly identify departments included, FTE additions by department, current and additions, and a list of definitions or explanations of items like internal functional adjustments be included in the presentations. Do I have a mover? Councillor Chichuk? Second by? Okay, and that's lost. 1314, PBA 23-2025, council proposed amendment. 1, that the Township Reserve Fund policy be waived, and 2, that the surplus from 2025 be moved to a new fund, rate stabilization, that all surplus used to support the 2026 budget reductions, 150,000 annual roll forward, comma, 100,000 directed by strong mayor powers, and 150,000 totaling 400,000 not be buried but put into rate stabilization, and then once spending level is determined, one amount comes directly from the rate stabilization account through a combination of strong mayor recommendation and supported as altered by council. This should be done for low growth periods or unusual circumstances, not as routine. The budget should support all spending without utilization of surplus. This action should be further reviewed by the 2027 budget preparation. Do I have a mover? Councillor Chichuk. Second? And that's lost. Now we're going to be moving to confidential matters. No, you needed a seconder.
No, not this question. Now that we're completed.
We're not completed. We have to go into confidential.
Okay, sorry.
We're going, item 14, confidential matters. A recommendation that the next portion of the meeting be closed to the public to consider the following pursuant to Section 239, Bracket 2 of the Municipal Act 2001. 14.1, Justin Paylove, Clerk, re-proposed budget amendments, PBA 01, 2025, PBA 03, PBA 04, 2025, PBA 21, 2025, for information, applicable closed session exemption, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. 14.2, Justin Paylove, Clerk, re-proposed budget amendments, PBA 06, 2025, PBA 09, 2025, PBA 20, 2025, for information, applicable closed session exemptions, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. 14.3, Justin Paylove, Clerk, proposed budget amendments, PBA 17, 2026, for information. I need it to be moved. A mover? Councillor Trombetta, second by Councillor Riley. And do we vote, show of hands? Okay, the vote will be coming in front of you. This is to go into close.
Is it clear that we'll be creating this in public afterwards? Does the public know that? That was a nice view.
And we will go into close. So we'll have to ask most of you to We're back from confidential, and I'm going to turn to the clerk. He has a statement.
Through the chair to the rest of council and also to the public as well, council just rose without reporting. They dealt with a few confidential matters for informational purposes only in regards to some budget amendments, which now will be deliberated upon and voted in open.
Great, thank you. So that brings us to item 15.1, PBA 01, 2025, PBA 04, 2025, PBA 21, 2025. The council proposed amendment is that A, that administration amend the draft operating and capital budget by delaying the transition of the fire administrative assistant to full-time status until July 1st, 2026. This adjustment will decrease the fire department budget by $18,000 for the 2026 fiscal year. B, that the administration amend the draft operating and capital budget by deferring the addition of the fire administrative role to be considered for the 2027 budget. C, that the position of fire administrative assistant be held at the 2025 level and not decreased to full-time, and that all proposed increases in positions, full-time equivalent or partials, be brought to council for review prior to the commencement of the 2027 budget. Do I have a mover? Councilor Rayner? Second by? Oh, scratching. If we just left it, then it dies on the floor, right?
All three.
Correct, all three.
Yeah, so you don't have to vote, you don't have to bring it to the floor. If I don't see a second.
There's no seconder, and so therefore that, it dies, or it's lost. Moving along to 15.2. PBA 03, 2025, council proposed amendment that administration amend the draft operating and capital budget by adding $5,000 in user fee revenue to the fire department to anticipate cost recovery efforts through motor vehicle claim insurance, collision insurance claims and services. Do I have a mover? Councillor Chichuk, second by Councillor Maychuk. Anybody have any comments? Questions? I think I will just make a brief statement that I would like to see this go forward so that we can look at this as a possible way of some small cost recovery as other municipalities are doing this type of cost recovery for non-residents of their community. And I have spoke to administration that they felt as though $5,000 to get a jump start on that was something that we could achieve in this first year. Okay, and the vote will come in front of you. And that carries. I'm going to turn, before we go to the next one, to the Director of Finance to give us an updated percentage increase to the levy.
Through the chair, based on the 3 proposed budget amendments that have passed by council, that has resulted in a levy reduction of 2026 levy reduction of $283,510. So the revised 2026 levy increase over the 2025 levy is currently at 1.26% increase after assessment growth.
Thank you. 15.3, PBA 06, 2025, PBA 09, 2025, PBA 20, 2025. Council proposed amendment. A, that administration amend the draft operating and capital budget by removing the proposed events planner position for a total of $98,600. B, administration operating and capital budget remove proposed events planner position of $98,600. C, while there may not be full savings to the levy, the position of full-time events coordinator to be removed from this budget to be reconsidered in 2028 after the new administrative staff have had time to fully consider departmental reorganization and skills required and report back to council. Do I have a mover? Councillor Rayner. Councillor Chichuk. I'm going to turn to the CAO to just give us a brief summary of the position and that some of the skills that you're looking to hire for this position.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, this position is unique in a number of ways. It's attempting to fill a hole in a number of places, I guess, across the organization, not simply with event planning. We see an opportunity for this role with the grant applications currently that Recreation is doing, which is right now focused on community services. We think that this role would allow us to expand that and be the grant person for the corporation across all departments. So this, in that way, would be a shared resource that we'd have somebody, a point person finally, that we could take this off of the corner of everybody's desks and anchor it to one person to become our expert grant writer in addition to the event planning. The other role that we see an opportunity for is around fundraising. It's something that funds don't raise themselves. It's an effort in and of itself, and there's a policy to it and procedures that we really need to be adhering to better, particularly if we want to be able to ramp up our fundraising efforts in the future. So in that regard, when you look at from a fundraising perspective and the grant writing, we hope, we can't necessarily quantify to it right now because we don't, grant applications are always competitive, but we hope that this is something that can bring in additional revenue to the organization over time. Finally, sort of an innovative way that we took in funding this is trying to move towards a more self-funded recreation model. So by using recreation fees, increasing those, it's something that we're able to do off of the levy, while at the same time being able to target fundraising and sorry, it's getting late at night. Event planning, fundraising, and grant writing. I think I've repeated myself potentially.
Can I,
And,
with,
I'll
the
stop
chair's
and hand it over
permission?
to,
That's perfect. Can I add one more thing? One more role that we'd like to see this position take on is as a community engagement person. Because what we really want to do, whether it's fundraising or whether it's putting on an event, we want lots of community partners involved. Currently, that doesn't happen, and that's something that this person in a full-time position could do as part of their job, is reaching out. So, for example, council's raised in the past even a farmer's market. Well, that involves getting out and meeting the farmers and engaging with them and convincing them to join us. So, yes, as my wonderful boss just said, not only does this role do all the planning for all the events, which goes on months before the event, and then, take oversight of the events, but I anticipate economic benefit from the community outreach and more people attending our events. Thank you.
Okay, looking around, if anybody has any comments or questions, Councillor Rayner.
Thank you. Through to the CFO. This 98,600 would directly be added to the levy, I would assume.
She just took a drink of water, so we'll give her a second.
This job does drive one to drink,
Yeah.
no question.
I think it's water.
Through the chair to Councillor Rayner, if I can just get some clarification, are you asking that if this position was removed from the 2026 budget, what the impact would be on the budget if it was removed?
No, I believe the chair kind of set this up, and I could be wrong, but asking what the number is right now and then leading into this, the number that you gave was 1.26% right now. If we add this 98,600, when there's $102,551, it equates to 1%. So this is probably,
If I could interject,
0.9
Councillor Rayner,
something?
this is already in the budget, so it's not adding it.
It would be taking it away.
this is taking away.
1.26 minus.
Your math is no good,
The 1.26 is away from the 3.98?
No, we're at 1.26 now without
That's what I
this
said.
discussion.
98, you'd be at about 1.26.
Oh, but that includes the 98?
Correct.
In the 1.26?
Yes.
Questions over, I'm done. Thank
Okay,
you.
anybody else? Quickly.
I know that, sorry.
I'll be really quick.
It's late.
I'm thrilled to hear it includes events, grants, and community engagement. I think those are all key factors in what we should be delivering as a township. So I think it's great. I just have one recommendation. When I got elected, I met with ministry staff, and we were taking advantage of some grants, which was awesome, but they outlined all the available grants, and I think that would be good for whoever is in this position, that they meet with ministry staff, talk about the events, talk about some of the things happening in the community and where they could maybe possibly apply for a grant. It's very helpful.
So through the chair, thank you very much for that advice, Councillor. I think I might be knocking on your door for some advice on how to do this, but yeah, this is certainly a gap that I've noticed in the time that I've been here, which is we don't know which grants are available, or we apply and we don't quite know how to apply. We don't know which language and how to entice the funder. So I think this will be just a huge advantage if we had someone who is able to do this for us. And as the CAO has said, I think this is something that they could provide to others outside of community and productive services.
And Councillor Rayner is correct, I did set you up a little bit. I wanted to make sure that everybody around here knew that where we sat, as well as the importance of the position, and as I thought that this would be one that may be a little bit more difficult for people. Do we have any other? Go ahead.
Through the chair, if there's no further questions, and I'm not seeing anybody being drawn on, so since it was put on the floor, each resolution needs to be dealt with on its own, as council is not selecting a certain option that they would like to go with. So with the chair's permission, I can read out the resolutions, and we can do a hand vote, because I'm sensing that there is a common theme of the way in which council is indicating which they would like to go. So
just to reaffirm that putting your hand up is saying that you want this option to happen.
through the chair, putting your hand up would indicate you would like to amend the budget further by reducing or removing this position. Yeah. Saying no would be keeping the budget the same.
So it's the opposite of what you're saying.
Yeah, okay.
So with the chair's
Yes,
permission, I can
please.
read through. So that administration amend the draft operating and capital budget by removing the proposed events planner position for a total of $98,600. If it's just a show of hands, it's easier.
Seeing no
Don't see any.
That administration amend the draft operating and capital budget by removing the proposed events planner position for a total, oh, that's what I just read. Oh, it's the same thing, actually, but for $98,600.
No, ain't doing it.
No, okay.
Going once, going twice.
The final resolution, while there may not be a full savings to the levy, the position of full-time events coordinator to be removed from this budget to be reconsidered in 2028 after the new administrative staff have had time to fully consider departmental reorganization and skills required and report back to council.
And that's a no, so that is lost. Okay, final. 15.4, PBA 17-2026. Council proposed amendment. 1, that the customer service administrative assistant be held at 2025 spending level or part-time and not made a full-time position for 2026. And 2, that the position be brought forward indicating justification to council for review prior to the commencement of the 2027 budget. Do I have a mover? And that's lost. Not yet, because I believe I will be turning this back to the mayor. And if we can, I just not have a stop of the feed, we'll just switch chairs quickly.
So that does complete then our budget process, as you know. The next step of that is my ability to I guess I should have this on, it's on, okay. To veto any of the recommendations or resolutions that have come forward, the amendments to our budget. I do have a paper in front of me that I will explain to you in a minute, but before I start, I do want to thank each and every one of the members of council for the work that they put into coming up with their amendments. I bit my tongue many times. I would like to have been part of some of the debates along the way, but the process has gotten us to this point. I really, and I know that I've thanked staff in advance ahead of time, but the fact that everyone was here and prepared to answer questions, the fact that they supported you through the process of the 30-day period, I would like to say, first of all, that we will never again, if I'm here, have a budget in conjunction with another meeting. But if you recall, when the budget first came before members of council, members of this council were reluctant about doing something in the fall and trying to get the budget done before Christmas. And so with that in mind, we decided on the 30-day period, which is the most allowable time. So after I've thanked everybody, I'll now want to say that I have in front of me a strong mayor decision that says that I, Mayor Cheryl Gannan, hereby issue the decision in accordance with Section 7.6 of the Ontario Regulation 530-22 to waive the 10-day period to veto amendment resolutions passed by council to the mayor's proposed 2026 operating and capital budget. This decision shall be effective as of today, January 12th, 2026. Close to January 13th, but we now have a budget for the 2026 year. So thank you all very much. And I will sign that now and give it to the clerk, and that's done. And it will go into the book with all others. So thank you.
Well done.
So now, I'll adjourn this meeting at the hour of 11:44.